What do you mean? Why at 10 minutes? Why on earth did that happen at 10 minutes? Okay, don't say common Josh F. It's been a while. It's been a while since this has happened. Refresh angle. I thought it was on my end this time. See, people are already conditioned in a way where they expect a stellar connection from this channel, right? They expect stellar stream quality, except when it's the 25-minute mark. If it's the 25-minute mark, they expect it from my end, but if it's at any other time in the stream, they think it's their fault. That's how stellar my streaming quality usually is. You see what I'm saying? Liver's Rock, thank you for the prime. But why did that happen? Like, genuinely. Bro, I look tired. I am tired. So that makes sense. Story checks out. All right, for real though, let us guess some cards. Hey yo, what's going on? That's a lot of subs. Appreciate you guys. X10 Maple, thank you for the prime. Katamanta Lotus, thank you for the 5 months. Rimgear, thank you for the 8. Pimpek Pow, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Can you take 2 minutes and look at distance coders for hire deck list they posted on Twitter? I can after the warm-up. Remind me. Then I will. Jonas, thank you for the 15 months. I heard you, Quantle, and Emra were up late discussing your decks. We were. It was late yesterday, which is why I am tired. But we'll make do. All right, let's guess some cards now. Brago, thank you for the 10 months. Let me guess cards now. I appreciate all support, but I have to do some card guessing. It is of utmost importance. This is an Orchist card, but it's not Babel. Is it Babel? No, it's Einsatz. Yeah. Oh god, this is like Mine Golem. Yeah. This looks familiar. Oh, it's like Return Zombie? No. Malice A? Oh, this one? Oh yeah, true. We have here. Oh, Urgent Schedule, no? Yeah. Wise Man's Chalice. Hello, Quantle. Good morning to you. This is this Goblin Thief? Yeah. This is a Luna Light. Luna Light White Rabbit. White Rabbit. Debunk Angle. Revival Jam Angle. Gear Gigant X Angle. Do I know this? Feels like a card you should know. But I don't. Annihilator Archfiend, okay. Des Wombat? Yeah. Magical Arm Shield, I think. No? Then I don't know. Oh, okay. Has something to do with that, but it's a newer one. This is like ZW Tiger something, right? Which one is it? Twin Saber? No. Lightning Blade? I'm gonna skip it now. We've zoomed too much. Like, it is Lightning Blade. Frogosaurus, thank you for the 10. This is dangerous. Mirror Wall, I think. Yep. This wait, is this Hat Trigger? No, it is Hat Trigger, but it's on a spell card, I think. Oh no, it's just a speed raid. Okay. This could be Fortune Lady Water? Please? Yeah. Dummy Golem. No. Ba? Ba! I guessed it. Pog. That usually doesn't happen. This is an Arcana Force. Arcana Force. The Chariot. Aha! I guessed it too. That's crazy. That is Ib or Lib. Ib. Justicar. Nope. Ib. Priestess. Priestess. Pog. Embodiment of Apophis. Yes. Okay. I think it's Delta? No, Beta. You guys are saying Beta. I will trust you. It is Beta. Okay. Megamorph. Which one is that? Naturia White Oak, right? White Oak. This one, I don't know. Drew. Okay. This is like something master. Monk master? No. Master monk. Not monk master. Here we got, what is that? Kuras? Yeah. I am not familiar with that. No, I don't know that card. Ignition Phoenix. What's that? The green claws? They look very... Oh, it's Debil Mazera. Something Nest, probably. Not even that. Booby Trap. Longyan. Revival's End? No. Snake Whistle? What? Why is that a snake whistle? When are you flying? Wednesday morning. Wednesday morning. This is Melodious Diva stuff. Yep. Who is that? Red Nova? No. Maybe it's just the card Red Nova? No, time to stand up. Okay. Okay. What is this? Boral. I'm getting Boral. That is Borreload. Borreload. Red Dust on. Oh, Hita. Familiar Possessed? Oh. Blazing Hita? Yeah, okay. This is Shiranui, I think. Oh, not even. It was just Mayakashi. Koa Kimairu Tornado. Is that Mistral? No. Oh, it's a Blackwing though. Kochi? Yeah. What is that? Widget kit? It is widget kit. It's some Jinzo. But I don't know which one that is. Jinzo layered. Anti? Is it anti? I think it is anti. How do I find anti? Oh, there it is. It is anti. This is Lyrilusk Beryl Canary? Yeah. This is a shark. It looks like a hammer shark. Is there just a card called hammer shark? There is a card called hammer shark. It is not that. Remora? Remora. Okay. This might be Cyclone. No, it's not. Goddamn. Is it Gust Kraken? Is it just Gust Kraken? Really? That should be one of the easiest ones. Dinomorbia. Is this Torrential Reborn? No. What is it? I thought it was Current? This? No. Marine says Cascade. We lost time on that. That was cringe. Okay, now I've genuinely never seen this before. That's a Clifford? I did not know that existed. Is this a Lina card or a spell card? Okay, I guessed the right one, Poggers. This is Phantom Knight of the friggin' what is it called? Gloves. Reg gloves. I Ghost Pirate. We are choking. We are in the process of choking. It's an old vanilla. I don't know what it's called. Sonic made. Could be it could be Blackwing. Could be Harpy. It's a Blackwing. Yeah, Sudri. Oh, come on, dude. We have 2 minutes. All we have to do is get 200 points. I just want to have 4 digits again. Oh, this is like Punishment Dragon support. What is that? Like light, like friggin'. It's not Punishment Dragon. Twilight? I mean, okay, but Twilight Twin Dragons. This is a BA. Libic, right? Libic. No. Charles? Is it? It's Charles, okay. This one I've seen. It's like a very old card, but I don't know what it's called, and we're gonna lose time. Oh my god, Dancing Fairy. Okay, we have a minute. We're choking. I'm choking so hard. It's so bad. I feel so bad. This is another one of I hate these particularly because it's like there's so many different Gusto Falco cards. I've never choked this hard in my life. I've seen this before. This is Ensemble, right? Is it? No, it's not. Oh my god. Oh, it's a ninja. Bro, I don't know these cards. I don't know these cards for like the last 2 minutes. Okay, that's funny. That one's funny. I didn't know what that looked like. I did not know what that looked like. I know the clip, but I didn't know what that looked like. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. The last 2 minutes we got like 20. We got like 20 points in the last 2 minutes, man. It was such a sick start. Like, god damn, it was such a sick start. I feel bad about this one. 858 is still good. It's a good round, but that last 2 or 3 minutes did not have to be like that. They did not have to be like that, man. God damn. Nova Ruma, thank you for the 7 months. I will not get a circular tattoo if I win worlds. Why would I get punished for winning the world championship? Why would that be a thing? Why would that make sense in any universe? Why would I have to get circular tattooed on myself if I win worlds? All right. We are looking for an effect monster, not dark, lower than level 4, not a warrior, not an XYZ, lower than 1500 attack, lower than 1500 defense, newer than 2015. I am throwing a Maxi at them, which is what I'm going to do with my opponents next week. I'm just going to throw Maxi at them. Level 2 effect monster. From 2012, 13, or 14. 2012, 13, or 14. Not Earth, not Dark, and very low stats. Maybe a 0-0 angle? 0-0... Card D is Earth. When were the Nimbles released? I don't think there's a Nimble in that time period. Maybe Nimble... Nimble Angler is too much attack. There's no Nimble that fits. There's no Nimble that fits. Also, I think, yeah. What's a level 2? Oh, God, that's 2012, 13, 14. Spore is level 1. Rye Rider? That's level 3. There could be a frog, but those are usually, like, which frog? There's no frog from that time period, actually. Deep Sea has Diva is too old, and all the other support is newer. What is this? I don't think it's a meta card. Heavy Infantry, I think, has more defense. It has way more defense. But we can check. Okay, it is zero. It is 0 attack from 2012, just to confirm. And it's not a water. So it's... it is wind, fire, or light. God. What? Fire Fist? Is there a Fire Fist level 2? From 2012? No. Fire Fist didn't even exist in 2012. There were 2013, all of them, yeah. Herald of Orange Light is older than that. I don't know if there's another Herald. They also all have stats. They don't have 0 attack. Evil? Evil has cards from 2012. Nothing with 0 attack. You were cooking with the Evil suggestion. Nice. It's Evoltile El Janeiro. Who does not know Evoltile El Janeiro? A very crucial part to the meta deck that is known as Evoltiles. Just recently got support, by the way. And is now promoted from tier 15 to tier 14.5. Poggers. All right. All right, chat. All right. Let me tell you what we do today. It's going to be a calm stream today because, like I said, I am tired. We had to submit our World Championship deck lists yesterday until 5 a.m. We were up the majority of the night. It's been a stressful couple of days for me, so I haven't like prepared anything super crazy for today's stream. But God damn it! Why is there an ad break when I start talking about this? Sorry, my bad. Okay, I will. I will wait. God damn it! This keeps happening. Sir Mordred, think about a tier 1 sub. That's one way to avoid the ads. That's one way to avoid the ads. They made you submit a week early? Yeah. The submission was today. Submission was today at 5 a.m. So decks are submitted. No Tac Nero, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. It's a very long time. Thank you. Welcome back. Yes. Okay. Now ads are gone. Ads are gone. Sorry about that. I didn't realize they were coming up. I did not realize they were coming up. Otherwise, I would have postponed them. But I didn't see. Okay. Yes. Deck submission for Worlds was yesterday. And that means that I am a lot less stressed today than I was the last couple of weeks because now it's done, right? It's done. The lineup has been submitted. I'm happy about the lineup that we submitted. I think we're going to have a decent chance. Of course, at the end of the day, you're still going to need some luck. You're still going to need to play well. We're going to see how it goes next week. I hope you all be rooting. But we'll see how it goes. I'm excited at this point, but I feel a lot less stressed. I feel a lot less stressed than the last couple of weeks. But yeah, it means that I am tired today. And I am like my head is already like halfway to Japan. But we're still gonna have a calm stream today. I think it would be fitting if before we leave, we do a little bit of a return. We do a little bit of a return to the TCG as well. Because I've been playing so much Master Duel these last couple of weeks, and I haven't been doing much TCG content. So I think we're gonna do that a little bit today, at least. I don't want to leave you guys without any TCG content. So that's one thing we're gonna do. OMC TCG, thank you for the Prime, and Max, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that, and thank you. But other than that, there's just gonna be, I have like a couple of reactions lined up, like an OCG Metagame Report that includes Age of Overlord has been released. I want to talk about that. We have some videos I wanted to watch, and then we're gonna just like, I think we're gonna try our hands at building some Duelist Nexus decks. Like I wanna look at like how would we build Purely, how would we build like a Synchron deck, how would we build Noble Knights, how would we build Vanadium, how would we build Unchained. These type of things I think is something that I'm also gonna look at today and just make like a first couple like drafts for it, because I am genuinely excited for Duelist Nexus metagame. Like I am genuinely looking forward to it. But I just haven't been able to focus on it. Like, I just have not been able to focus on it the last couple of weeks because, like, it didn't make sense for me to do it. So we will do that a little bit now, or like today. So that's kind of what today's stream is going to be. You know, a little bit of like looking at the newest OCG meta, some reacting, and some, you know, TCG deck building is what we're going to do today. And then tomorrow, which is going to be the last stream before Worlds, I will be live tomorrow. I will be live. I don't know how long yet. I don't know if we can do full length. I don't know if we can do full length tomorrow. I don't know exactly when I'll have to, like, you know, pack and organize some stuff. But I will be live tomorrow, and we will do a little bit of a Worlds celebration stream, like anticipation. Like I'll do a tier list for the Worlds TCG format. I think that's gonna be cool. Like for the Worlds, the paper thingy, I'm gonna make a tier list. Maybe for Master Duel as well. Like we can do tier lists for the format. What I'm predicting is gonna be good. What's gonna be successful. And we can also do a little bit of like a draft. You know what we usually do, like me against chat, right? For like Worlds, like we draft the TCG players and see how they do. I think that's gonna be fun. So yeah. As far as streaming goes, in the next couple of weeks, like I said, this week, stream today, stream tomorrow, then I'll be gone for Worlds for Japan. I return from Worlds at like Monday night, like middle of the night on Monday, I'll be back home. I think I'm gonna stream on Tuesday. I think I'm gonna stream Tuesday after Worlds. I'm definitely streaming Wednesday after Worlds. But then I will also after Worlds, the week after Worlds, I'm gonna be live again for a couple days, but then I will go on a vacation. I will go on a vacation with my fiance after Worlds for a week, because like literally it's been so stressful. It's been so stressful the last couple weeks, and I haven't been able to spend much time with her. Cause like after stream, I would get to like we would get dinner together. We would have dinner together, and then I would get back to the computer, back to testing for Master Duel. And like I miss just like turning off for a week. So I think after Worlds, I'm gonna be on a vacation for a week. But I'll still have a couple streams. After Worlds before we leave. Before we leave for vacation, we will be live again in a couple days. So yeah. So yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up the next couple of weeks, just so you know. And then after the vacation, we will be back to regular streaming schedule, and also back to a lot more like planned content. You know, like the last couple of weeks, the YouTube also, like on YouTube, we haven't been posting as much simply because I've been so focused on other things, right? There's been like German Nationals, European Championship, now Master Duel Worlds. It's just been stressful, and that it shows. But I think after Worlds, there's going to be a lot more time to do these type of things as well. So the what are I gonna say? Oh yeah, someone asked why I'm only staying so short in Japan. So like there is the option, they will pay for your stay, of course, but only from Thursday to Monday. But there is the option to stay longer. You just have to pay for yourself, right? For like extra days, you have to book a hotel for yourself. We thought about it. We thought about going together. Like my fiance was originally planning to join me for Japan, and we were gonna do a couple extra days. But there was two things. There was two things that were holding us back. The first thing is that like the flight is like, first of all, the flight is hella expensive, but it's also like I've told you this before. We hate flying. Like we never, like I never fly to events if there's another way to do it. Like I don't remember the last time I've been on a flight. I always go by train if possible to like European events and everything. So that was one reason, but it was also just hell of expensive. And then the other thing is just Japan is just really, really hot right now. And I am not really about that. I am just not really about going to a place that's like 38 degrees or something for vacation. And like we've been there in like 2018. We've been together to Worlds, and we've looked at a couple things in Japan. We've stayed like an extra week or something, and so like I don't know, we felt like it would be cooler if I just go to Worlds and I come back as fast as possible, and then we take an actual vacation, right? And so we're going to be visiting Denmark for the first time. We've never been, but we are visiting Denmark for like 6 days or something. We've booked the train, and that's going to be cool. So yeah. Last World Trip, we had to deal with the monsoon too, and it was humid and raining. Yeah, it's just like I think Japan is like really cool, especially for TCG players or like anime fans or whatever. I think visiting Japan is awesome. Like I genuinely I like Japan a lot. It's a very cool country, but like the weather is just not for me. Like I will suffer. I go to Japan, I will suffer. I will like the place that I'm at, but I will suffer. So that's why I'm not staying longer than intended for this one. Anyways, let us get to some Yu-Gi-Oh content, shall we? OCG Metagame Report number 4. Welcome to week number 4 of the OCG format. To better gauge the impact of the new booster set on the metagame, tournaments that did not allow Age of Overlord were excluded from this week's tabulation. Okay, so some events were held without it, but they are not included here. So all the events here already have Age of Overlord, which I am interested in the impact of that over on the OCG. We have the breakdown right here. We have 16% Rescue Ace. This makes sense. If we remember, the last ban list for the OCG was the one that touched like a lot of the meta decks, but it didn't touch Rescue Ace at all, right? Rescue Ace was not touched at all by the last ban list, so it's kind of expected for it to be fine in this format. And then we have Purely at 12.7%. That also is still a strong contender in the OCG. They limited Sleepy Memory, and that's it for Purely, right? Sleepy Memory is limited, and that's it. Which limits you to... You can only draw 2 cards on your opponent's turn now. But the deck overall still seems fine. Tearlaments, this one is still crazy to me. I will never get over, like, literally... And I will also not get tired of saying this. I will complain every time I'm seeing an OCG metagame breakdown from now that includes Tearlament. I've been doing that. Okay, it's not a new thing. We've been doing that. We've been doing that for like months now. But I will always be mad at Tearlament showing up in metagame breakdowns, because this is a full year after their release. I think it's hilarious, but I just don't understand how the OCG is so stubborn about like certain cards, right, being in their game. Like they like it's the same as like the hold up. This is bringing me hold up. This is leading me down a different path than I would think that I anticipated, but we can return to this. Hold up. Because this made me think of something that I also saw this weekend, which is this is Master Duel related, but it's kind of like a thingy. Top 10 most played cards as of the newest update for Master Duel, right? Max C is at a 90% play rate in Master Duel, which is crazy considering that like the 9%, the 9.1% that are not playing Max C is probably just like the bloody beginners that have downloaded the game for the first time, right? Like it's literally just the people that don't even, it's like 90% of the people play Max C and the other 10% don't play it because they don't know it exists yet, right? They haven't found out about it yet, right? They don't know that Max C is a card. That's why, right? There's no Max C bundle or anything that gives the card to beginners like Ash, Imperm, all the other cards, right? This is not Master 1 stats. No, this is all of Master Duel. This is all... No, Master is not... This is not Master. This is not Master. There's no shot Master rank only has 90% Max C. So, the thing that I was getting to... Even if it was Master, honestly... Even if it was Master, this would still be crazy. So... What I was getting to, why looking at Tearlaments for like the 10 millionth time made me think of this, is because I just can't help but think that the OCG is just very, very stubborn about banning certain cards. Because in the case of Tearlaments, I'm just thinking of Chaos Ruler, where it's like, you look at a card like Chaos Ruler, and you're like, okay, this card is fun, and I think it was fine that they printed Chaos Ruler. I'm gonna be honest with you, I think printing Chaos Ruler was nothing too crazy. I think printing Chaos Ruler was cool, because that card was fun to play with. But you cannot deny that that card was freaking busted as hell, right? And needed to be banned at some point. And this just shows this. The fact that they are trying to deal with Tearlaments without getting rid of Chaos Ruler is insane to me. Because, like, why not just hit freaking Chaos Ruler? So many cards are on the OCG ban list right now because they are too stubborn to just ban Chaos Ruler. There's so many cards that have no business being on the OCG ban list right now if they just banned Chaos Ruler. Right? And like, I'm just looking at this. I'm looking at 90% Max C in Master Duel. I'm looking at 90% Max C in Master Duel, and I'm just like, I am blown away by... I mean, I knew it was that, right? Even without seeing the official stat, even without seeing it, we knew it was that, right? We knew it was... Everyone played it, right? We knew that. But like, seeing it like just on an official stat in the game, right? You literally see this stat in the game, right? It's crazy to me because you think of any other like online game, like card game. It doesn't even have to be a card game. Like even if you think of any other esport, right? Where you would like, where imagine like a League of Legends champion having like a 90% play rate. There's like no shot that shit does not get nerfed, right? You have that, but it gets nerfed, right? there's like not even a discussion, right? You have like I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm saying it can happen. Absolutely. Right? Because that is something you can't avoid. Right? It's something you can't avoid in a game. Sometimes you will just make a card that is too powerful. Sometimes you will create a champion in League of Legends that is too strong. Sometimes you will, as a designer of a game, you will overlook something that ends up being too powerful, right? Sometimes you'll be like, hey, we made this champion a little bit too strong. We need to adjust it a little bit. And it's just like, it is completely normal practice in any esport to be like, hey, sorry, or like not even sorry, like we think this thing is too powerful, we need to nerf it, right? But for some reason it almost feels like Konami is like, or like the whoever does it, I don't know if it's like Konami Japan or who makes these decisions, the Master Duel dev team, maybe they're not even like the actual OCG Konami, I don't know who does this, but it's like they seem to be too stubborn to just be like, yeah, Maxi's too powerful. We're just gonna ban it, right? I don't really understand why, because it's like it's completely normal to do that. Like in any other esport, it is completely common practice. Like if a champion in League of Legends has 90% play rate or whatever, I'm like very, very certain it gets nerfed eventually. So I don't really understand. And like the same is true for Chaos Ruler. It's like they're so stubborn over in the OCG. They're so stubborn over in the OCG to not hit Chaos Ruler that they are literally like for months now, for like 3 or 4 or 5 ban lists, they are trying to hit tier limits and they just can't do it because you cannot kill a deck that wins every time you resolve Chaos Ruler. Right? Like the deck is literally... I feel like the deck right now is just activate Chaos Ruler, win the game, and you will just not get rid of that strategy unless you ban Chaos Ruler. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not possible to kill the Chaos Ruler deck if you always ban around Chaos Ruler. What the hell is that logic? Ashe also has 85%, but I'm telling you, the Ashe play rate goes down if they ban Maxi 100%. Like, Ashe is a very good card, and it'll probably still stick around at like 60% or something like that, like Imperm, roughly like Imperm, right? Ashe and Imperm are arguably in a format where Called By is at 2. Ashe is not even a generally better card than Imperm. Like, Imperm is probably a better card than Ashe overall in Master Duel right now. But Maxi makes you play Ashe, and Maxi also makes you play Called By the Grave. Like the statistics on these cards is heavily skewed by the fact that there is Maxi. It's like the same for the Bystials. Like the Bystial play rates is very high for like non-engine cards. But if tier limit wasn't a thing, these would not be at 45%, right? Like that's also the fact that more people are playing Druid than Magna is crazy to me. But anyways. Other thing. Yeah. I don't know. I just think this is weird. I just think this is a very weird look at like the development team or like the ban list team behind Master Duel and the OCG to like know that cards are just accepted to have 90% plus play rates at never being like considered to be put on the ban list. Right? It is just weird to me. Anyways, we were originally looking at the OCG metagame. Labyrinth is at 11%, which is, I think, very expected. Branded and Vanquish Soul. Now, I will say, for a deck breakdown that is like a new set and a new ban list, and it's like only a couple weeks in, for Age of Overlord, it's even the first week. This seems very, very narrow. Right? There's like, this only lists 6 decks. It only lists 6 different decks. Of course, there's a large other portion, but you always have that. But it seems like after this recent ban list, people just like these decks the most. And it does make sense. And I'm gonna be honest with you. This looks like a good format to me. Almost. Like, it's like this feels fine. It does. I mean, there's like, I mean, I'm used to I'm used to looking at an OCG breakdown. I'm used to looking at an OCG breakdown and seeing like 20% super heavy samurai. Right? Like I'm looking at these decks and it's like this almost feels like it could be a TCG breakdown, right? Without like, you know, there's no block dragon shit here. Like for years, like this is probably the most healthy OCG metagame breakdown that I've seen in like years. So, I don't know. Let's look at some of these lists. So Rescue Ace, I believe, has not changed outside of playing the Diabell Star, which I think, if I remember, like this card, Diabell Star, I've seen some posts on Twitter, but that card seems to be everywhere. That card seems to be everywhere. We have to recap these cards, I think, because I don't remember exactly what they do. But like the Diabell Star, I've seen it in a lot of decks. Okay, Purely doesn't use it. Purely doesn't use it. Tearlament also uses it now. So, I mean, look at this pile, dude. Look at this pile of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Just look at this pile of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. There's a freaking pineapple in here. There's a freaking pineapple in here. And it's just Chaos Ruler, the pile. It is just Chaos Ruler, the pile. Labyrinth is just very good in the OCG, I think. Labyrinth is just phenomenal. They got the new Butler, and they also have this other trap card, which is an insane discard for the furniture. So like the Labyrinth is insane. They play Unchained stuff now. In like some capacity. I've seen that a lot. I've seen a lot of like small Unchained packages in Labyrinth because they synergize really well because you don't care about the Fiend lock and you get to go into your, like, I think it's the combos here. Hold up. Arias the Labyrinth Butler is mostly played in the Unchained Labyrinth build. Among the 7 Unchained Labyrinth decks that topped, 6 were running 2 to 3 Arias the Labyrinth Butler in the main deck. When the opponent chains an effect to disrupt your Labyrinth play, Arias in the graveyard would be able to special summon itself and could be used to link summon Unchained Soul Lord of Yama and switching over to the Unchained play. So that's a version that's apparently doing well. They play the new Zeus, by the way, which I think is a good card in some decks. I don't know if other decks use it. This one doesn't. I think this one doesn't have room for it. Yeah, not many decks that are using it, but some are. It's a good option. Also, SP Little Knight. Age of Overload has a decent impact on the metagame, giving it a bit of new support to several top decks. SP Little Knight is the most notable card from the set and is played in almost every extra deck. That is fair. Vanquish Soul decks are running the new Vanquish Soul Jiao Long Effect monster. Sang Pongman played Vanquish Soul, went 8-1 and finished first. Ooh. Ooh. Now, this is based. This is based. I like this. I am looking forward to the new Vanquish Soul card. I find it crazy that they're still running this one. That seems weird to me. Why do you still play... Why do you still play the Pluton? But... Fire to add off of Raisin? I mean, Raisin adds the other one as well, no? Can you not search the Jiao Long with it? Or is Jiao Long also a warrior? Is Jiao Long also a warrior? But yeah, it's Worm. Okay, yeah. I mean, maybe you just play the Pluton because you want more fires, because Jiaolong needs to reveal 2 fires to add. That might just be it. It might just be it. It seems like a very cookie-cutter deck to build now, because you just throw in all of the good Vanquish Souls at 3, some of the more situational ones at 2, maybe 1 Pluton, 1 Pantera, and then you just pair that with hand traps. It seems relatively straightforward, but I mean, I like Vanquish Soul. I think it's cool. I like Vanquish Soul. I'm looking forward to it. I hope it gets to Master Duel at some point, but I mean, first, before that happens, we have to live through Kashtira hell. So let's not talk about Master Duel. This honestly looks like a fine metagame to me. I haven't. I don't know how toxic Rescue Ace is, but I think it's fine. Honestly, Pearly I like. Tearlaments is kind of troll despair, but fine. Rescue Ace and Master Duel already. How? I mean, I want to say that in Master Duel they have released they've released these like collector rare archetypes relatively soon compared to other stuff, right? Like I think we got Runic. We got Runic relatively early, no? We got Runic before Tearlament, right? We did get Runic before Tearlament, so that's that. Which was not the same in the TCG. In the TCG, it was the other way around. In the TCG, we had Tearlament first and then Runic cards. So we got that early a little bit. They're doing OCG release order? Well, I didn't know that the OCG had Runic before that as well. I didn't know that. Before Rescue Ace gets support, it's going to be over a year. That is true. I mean, they would, even if they did the first wave of support, they still would need to, they could choose to include the support from Duelist Nexus in it, but like if not, then it'll take quite a while. Yeah. Oh, I almost spilled my water. All right. I saw this morning, which I think is cool. These look cute. I can actually try and get them. I can actually try and get these because they are apparently a hold up, what is this? This is a I guess I won't. The Yu-Gi-Oh! OCG and Rush Duel are doing a collaboration campaign with 7-Eleven. By buying any combination of the featured Haichu products, you can obtain one of the following promos. These will have very limited availability with only 4 copies of each card available in each store. First come, first serve. The campaign will run from August 3rd to August 16th. The thing is, I will be there around that time. But I don't know if I can get lucky enough to get one. That sounds like something that would be gone at the moment they open the store. The moment they open the store, it feels like it's gone. That's what it sounds like. I don't know if I'm about that, but they look cute. The chibi promos. Look at the Gaia dragon note down here. That one's cool. And yeah, more Dark Magician reprints. Isn't that crazy? Elbow your way through the masses. Well, see, that's just not my type of thing. I just don't that's not my type of thingy. All right. Let me see what we do next. I I think we just built some Duelist Nexus decks, honestly. I'm excited to dive into some Duelist Nexus not testing, but just like how does the format change in like the upcoming weeks? Because like I do think we are due for a ban list at some point in the next couple of weeks. Probably before the next YCS. I'm thinking they would do it. I just think that I want to do that. I want to keep that discussion. I want to keep that discussion for Afterworlds. Because I don't think it's going to happen before then. Absolutely not. So I think that is a talk we will have to have. That is a talk that we will have to have, but not today. I think that's something we'll do afterwards. Ban list is going to be announced on the Saturday of Worlds again. Wait, has that been done? Has that been done? Toshino, thank you for the 6 months. And Dominator, thank you for the 10. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Look at this combo. Okay, Synchron is a deck. Synchron is a deck that I want to look at. I guess we can check this out. Give me a second. I guess we can take a first look at Synchron. I've heard. Okay, I want to give you my first impression of Synchron. Before we even watch this, I think Synchron is strong. But I have a few words about it. I think Synchron will be a deck that is going to be very notorious for winning when it gets to go first and doing very, very unfair stuff, right? However, I don't know how well it can pilot through boards going second. Maybe it can, maybe it can't. I don't know yet. But I think it's going to be like, I think it's going to be an issue of like, it's going to be very good going first, but it's going to be mediocre going second. And the mirror matches are also going to be awful. So I think not everyone is going to opt to play Synchron. One other thing that I want to say is that I think Revolution Synchron has a lot of potential in other decks, but I don't know exactly what you would do with that. It's kind of like Revolution Synchron to me feels a lot like Assault Synchron, where I just love the card, right? I just think it's a very good card. The same is true for Assault Synchron. I think Assault Synchron is a phenomenal card. But I don't know what to do with it, because like the all-in synchro strategies, just kind of never end up being the best deck in the format, because like all-in is just not the way to go in Yu-Gi-Oh! If you want to do as best as you can. But I haven't found a way to use like the Revolution Synchron or Assault Synchron in like mid-range strategies, which is what I typically prefer. Anyways, I guess this is going to be like the nutty combos. Let's see what the nutty combos would do.
Hello guys, the DB Grinder here, back at it again with another video, and this time we have some synchro combos, and let's go ahead and hop right in. So the first one is right plus Revolution, and then 3 blanks. So you're going to go right, summon token, bring out Fateful, and then normal summon Revolution, effect, go grab Draco back, Fateful, grab Griffin, discard Draco back, effect to equip, summon Griffin, make Baron, Revolution, summon by mill 1, don't mill 1 in your test replays. This isn't me, this is Big Mike, this is expected. Then they're going to bring out Junk Speeder.
Okay, so right plus Revolution Synchron gives you Baron into Speeder.
Right. Summon by mill 1. Don't mill 1 in your test replays. This isn't me, this is Big Mike, this is expected. Then they're going to bring out Junk Speeder. Junk Speeder effect, go ahead, summon out Jet, Assault, Revolution, and Stardust. Stardust effect, go ahead and grab out Illumination. And then afterwards, we're going to use those to go into Excel, Stardust Illumination.
Okay, summoning Excel without using the effect seems weird, but I guess it might just be correct here.
Bring out Trail, and then Illumination to change the level, not synchro off the start of Synchron, but use those to go into Excel. Trail, bring out Token, Excel, dump Assault, and then Excel Stardust, Tribute in the Stardust Dragon, Quick Synchro in the Crimson, New Chain Link, Crimson 1 Assault 2, bring out Excel, go search Synchro World,
There's no way I'm putting Synchro World in my deck.
activate Synchro World, go in the Scrap Dragon.
Oh, okay.
And then 2 counters, go in the Gothams,
Okay.
4 counters, Crimson Dragon, tag out, go in the Trish, 6 counters, rip 1, discard blank, summon out Jut, go in the Dispatter, 8 counters, summon out Stardust by tributing Stardust, and then also bring out Trail, use those, go into Omega, 10 counters, and then Omega, rip, Bestial Dispatter, summon Omega, Omega, rip, Gothams, rip, Synchro World, summon Gothams, rip, cool, their whole hand's gone, and then we got Dispatter plus Baron.
It is hilarious. It is hilarious. Oh man, dude.
Combo number 2, this is Reborn
No, Reborn Tengu, my man. Okay.
Tengu plus Revolution. This is the combo with
Yes.
2 Reborn Tengu in your deck. So you're gonna go ahead, go into Synchro 7, Tengu summon Tengu, because if you play 3 Tengu, you can go for Shooting Riser and dump like Valor or Droll, and then use Tengu plus Shooting Riser to make Baron, and then Revolution. So that combo's a lot better. Summon Revolution by milling 1, go up in the Junk Speeder,
Okay, so this one loses to 1 hand trap. Noted.
bring out Jet, Assault, Revolution, Stardust.
So replays like this one, the previous replay is like fine because at least it makes a Baron before Speeder, so it doesn't lose to 1 hand trap. This one, like combos that lose to 1 hand trap, I just generally don't think are viable.
And then we're going to get Stardust effect. Go ahead, grab out Illumination. Turn those into a Crystal Wing. Turn those into Excel. Excel, bring out Jet. Illumination, bring out Trail from the deck. And then we're going to use the effect to change the level. Go into Excel Synchron. Trails to summon out a token. Effect, dump, make it level 7. Excel Tribute, bring out Stardust. Use the Stardust to go into Crimson Dragon. Effects, summon out the Excel off of
Bro,
Soul.
can you stop
Go
playing
search
Synchro World, please?
Activate
There's no way.
Synchro World, go up in the Scrap Dragon.
Scrap Dragon.
Gothams. So that's 4 counters. Crimson Dragon, go in the Trish. Rip 1. And then summon out Jet by discarding a blank. You know, me personally, I would have put a blank in hand, but this isn't me. So then we're going to go into the Dispatter. Summon out Stardust by tributing, and then bring out Trail. Use those, go into Omega, and then that's just Omega, Omega, Gothams, Trish. Exactly the same as game 1, or as the first replay. But now we have me. No worries, we got Assault, Right, and 3 blanks. So we're going to go Right, bring out Token, bring out Fateful, Special Summon Assault, and then Fateful, grab Draco back, and then grab Griffin, discard.
Oh man, this deck also just... There's a lot of bricks in here, no? Fateful, Draco back, the Stardust cards that you don't want to draw. There's a lot of shit, I think.
Draco back effect to equip, but it's not supposed to be Griffin there, it's supposed to be Temple. Yeah, there's 2 takebacks in this replay. That's the first one, because obviously you have to have Temple, otherwise, like, what do you do? So now we can go ahead and make Junk Speeder. Also, if you are going for this combo, you could also hold the Fateful to chain block this, which is really important to do so that way you don't get hit by stuff like Ash Blossom. But then we're going to go ahead and summon out 4 from deck effect. Go ahead and grab out Illumination. And then Temple, grab Right. I mean, you don't have to do that right now, but it is something that you can do. Go into Crystal Wing. But this right here, this is when the line changes a bunch. And, oh, you won't be able to see the think emoji. Okay, I was about to say, once I put the think emoji, yeah, right here, this is where we thought through the line. Yeah, because this was when my wrist was hurting super bad, and I was like, I'm not going to run through 7 different lines. Let's just think one out. So, Junk Speeder, Revolution, make Excel, effect, bring out Assault plus token in the Charge Warrior, charge, draw blank, Illumination, go summon out Trail, and then Stardust, Tribute, summon Stardust, use the Stardust to go.
Okay, I think the key learning from this video, without watching every single combo and learning every single combo, is that If Junk Speeder resolves, you win the game. Now I will say one thing, chat. I will say one thing that you should really think about here. Is did we need Assault Synchron / Revolution Synchron / the Crimson Dragon to win the game if we resolved Speeder? Because I think, hot take, I think Speeder resolving has always been game, even before Duelist Nexus. So what really changes? Like, what really changes with the introduction of Crimson Dragon and Revolution Synchron? Right? It doesn't really change anything. Like, if you didn't, you know, you can sometimes maybe play through hand traps a little bit better because, like, Revolution Synchron can be used from hand. Like, they're not bad cards, but I don't personally believe that this concept is much stronger than it was before. I don't think the concept is much stronger than it was before. Like, I think Assault Synchron and Revolution Synchron are good cards. But I still think that I can't help but think maybe they help other decks more than this one. Because, like, Pure Synchron has always kind of been just like vomit out Speeder and win the game. Which maybe it does that a little bit more consistently now. Maybe, surely. Like, I mean, the deck certainly didn't get worse. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. Don't get me wrong. These cards still help the Synchron deck. Yeah, the Synchron deck gets better with these cards, but the core concept like remains the same. Right? Maybe we can play through one hand trap a little bit better now. Right? But I still think that it doesn't fundamentally change. There's a feature. Hold up. Okay. We can check out the feature match. Is this like remote duel? Oh, it's remote duel extravaganza. Okay, hold up. Round 3 feature match. Carlos Pacina against Jose Zambrano. We're in round 3 of the main event with another feature match. Using an adventure Synchron deck featuring the new Revolution Synchron. The opponent is using Kashtira. Pacina won the die. Ooh, that was smart. That was smart. Started with Small World, revealing Droll, banishing Ash, adding Revolution Synchron. Upon resolution, Lopez used Dimension Shifter. You know what's funny? They might actually be able to play through Shifter because Tengu triggers when it's banished, but we'll see. Normal summon Tengu, used it with Revolution to make Ancient Fairy. Tengu special summoned another Tengu in defense position, and then we pass. Lopez used Terraforming to get Race Soth, activated it to add Unicorn, special summon Unicorn. Special Rise Hard, Vegeta conceded the first duel. Okay, cool. Cool Synchron combo. Pacina started the turn. Lopez had Dimension Shifter once again. Pacina took some time to think, eventually just putting a monster face down. Lopez special summoned Unicorn and used its effect to get Kashtira Birth. Activated Birth, normal summon Fenrir. Pacina drew. Lopez had another Dimension Shifter. Dark Armed had emptied his graveyard to let him use it. Hell yeah. Synchron Synchron kind of pog. Synchron kind of insane, right? If it goes first, you know. Well, yes, the Shifter. I'd like to say that a deck losing to Shifter does not necessarily mean the deck is bad, okay? Like, a lot of decks die to Shifter. Shifter is a card that should absolutely be banned. Like, you know, like, this is not... It's funny. Don't get me wrong, this is a very funny feature match, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the Synchron deck is complete garbage or anything, right? Like, there are decks in the format that you can play that don't lose to Shifter, like, for example, like the Kashtira, obviously, the Runic decks can, like, Mannequin Cat it, have, like, ways around it sometimes, but, like, most meta decks struggle against Shifter, all right? Like, we don't have to talk about it. Like, that's not really, Labyrinth is fine against Shifter, like, yeah, but, like, that's, yeah. I feel like a deck doesn't necessarily need to be immune to Shifter. It doesn't necessarily need to be immune to Shifter to be considered a good deck. Like, it could still be a good deck even if it dies to Shifter, but, like, yeah. Dragon Link also, like, dies to Shifter, right? For example, yeah. Dragon Link dies to Shifter as well. Enmi, thank you for the 8 months. Gigabyte, thank you for the 3. Mira, thank you for the 2. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. So, yeah, I mean, this is just funny. It doesn't really mean anything, but I personally like the pure Synchron deck. The pure Synchron deck is like out of Duelist Nexus. There's a couple of decks that I'm excited to try, right? Like, I'm excited to try purely with the new support. I'm excited to try Unchained. I'm excited to try Revolution Synchron in various strategies. But the decks that I don't feel so strongly about from Duelist Nexus are, like, pure Synchron, the Infernoble Knight support, and the Manadium deck now. In my eyes, these decks are all, like, not super healthy. Is one way to say it. Like, I don't necessarily hate the some of them, but, like, I think they can be good. I just think that a lot of these decks are just, like, made to just win the game on turn 1, and that is not something I'm a big fan of. I've thought about this a bit recently, and I think one reason for that could be that a lot of these decks that end up coming to the TCG and then end up being kind of toxic and we don't like them because they just are heavy combo piles, right? I think one reason why that is because they are designed by the OCG team, of course, right? The OCG department makes those decks, and they make them with Maxi in mind, right? Which is, like, I'm not saying Maxi is justified. Please do not quote this in the wrong way. Do not put this out of context. I'm not saying Maxi is a fine card. What I am saying is that I think that's why, like, OCG for some reason thinks that Maxi makes combo decks okay, right? For some reason, they think that Maxi existing makes combo decks fine, right? And that's why I think that's why they keep printing decks like Super Heavy Samurai, whatever, because they want I think the thought process is basically they want people that enjoy those type of decks, because there are people that enjoy heavy combo decks, right? People like that type of shit, right? Otherwise, people would never be playing Drytron in the TCG. They certainly didn't play Drytron because it was good, right? Like, a lot of people prefer mid-rangey stuff. A lot of people agree that Yu-Gi-Oh! Should be played as an interactive thingy, but there's definitely people out there that love combo decks, right? And so, like, I think the way it goes is that Konami knows that some people love combo decks, so they want to cater to that audience, right? They want to make combo decks because some people like them, and some people will spend money on combo decks. Majority of the community probably doesn't like getting Super Heavy Samurai comboed on, but there's certainly a part of the community that really enjoy those decks, and so I think it's okay for them to make those decks. However, I think their justification is like, oh, well, we can make the combo deck as broken as we want to, like, it doesn't matter if the combo deck has a hand loop for 5, because whenever they get max seed, they cannot win the game, right? However, whenever those cards arrive in the TCG, we have a problem for a couple weeks or months until the next ban list. We have a problem. If those cards come here, we don't have Maxi to stop them. We need to specifically draw, like, Jolan Lockbird to not get killed, or we need Shifter or some shit like that, right? I think that was originally, by the way, that's originally why they made Shifter and Nibiru. Which, in case you didn't know, this is 100% theory, by the way. I have no inside info on that whatsoever. Like, literally zero amount of actual information. This is just me being a chatter at this point. I think the way it went was that TCG banned Maxi, right? TCG banned Maxi because they realized card is toxic as hell, right? Card is toxic as hell. Yes, Maxi is keeping heavy combo decks somewhat in check, but it's still toxic as hell, so they banned it, which is 100% correct, I think. But the OCG kept making decks that special summon way too much on the first turn because they still had Maxi. They were like, hey, we can make these decks. They're fine, right? They didn't. I don't think the OCG thinks about the TCG metagame when they create new cards. I don't think that's a thing that they do. I don't think they go ahead and be like, hey, what if we make this deck and then it's just not, it's too powerful because the TCG doesn't have Maxi. I don't think that's something they do. I just think that the OCG, where the cards are originally designed, they just designed them for the OCG like audience, for the OCG like players and everything, the player base. That's what they are catering the designs to, right? They're like, hey, we can make a combo pile because the OCG has Max C. It's probably going to be fine. Because like if you design a combo deck and you're like sitting there, you're asking yourself, is this too broken or not, right? And you're saying that, is it too powerful? And then you're like, well, I mean, the opponent is gonna have Max C 33% of the time, anyways. Who cares? Like, it's not that bad, right? And so then you just throw it out there, right? You just throw out the combo deck, and it doesn't really matter. And then it gets over to the TCG, and it actually runs rampant because we never have Max C, right? We have no chance of just auto winning against the combo pile off of the Max C, right? And I think that's why in the TCG, instead of like, I don't know, bringing back Max C or anything, I think they decided to make Nibiru and Shifter. Because those cards, if you didn't know that, originally were TCG cards. They were first released in the TCG as like the Megatin promos, right? They were not designed by the OCG people. The OCG Konami people did not make Nibiru, Dark Ruler, and Shifter. Dark Ruler was in the same thing, actually. I forgot about Dark Ruler. But yeah, those three cards. And I think I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence that you could argue the best three cards outside of Maxi against like unbreakable boards have all been designed by the TCG people at the exact same time. I'm 100% sure, or like 99% sure actually, because I don't know for sure, but like I think that's how it went. I think that's how it went. I think they were like, hey, we keep getting broken combo decks from the OCG and we don't have Max C. We don't want to bring back Max C. We need something else, so we're going to design our own anti-combo cards, right? And that's how they came up with Shifter, Nibiru, and Dark Ruler. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think they nailed it 2 out of 3. I think Nibiru and Dark Ruler are well-designed cards. I think Nibiru and Dark Ruler are well-designed cards. I think Shifter, I think they missed the mark on Shifter a little bit. But I do like Nibiru and Dark Ruler a little bit. The funny thing is, chat. The funny thing is that they will face the same problem again soon. Because what happened was, we got Nibiru and Dark Ruler and Shifter in the TCG, right? And they just became part of our metagame, right? Like whenever a certain deck pops up that's weak to Nibiru, you have Nibiru at your disposal to beat it. Whenever a deck pops up that loses to Dark Ruler, you have Dark Ruler at your disposal. And then you have Shifter, which is different because like most decks can't play it, but only some. And it's like it's a floodgate, which is more toxic, but eventually those cards also got printed in the OCG, right? They got Nib, Shifter, and Dark Ruler a lot later than we did. I don't know exactly how much time it took for them to get the cards, but they did get them eventually. And you know what the OCG is doing now. They got them a month later. Okay, interesting. I didn't know it was that fast. But anyways. They got the cards. They got Nibiru, Dark Ruler, and Shifter. And I think one thing that is worth noting since then is that most combo decks have been introduced to ways to beat those cards. Coincidentally, the new combo decks from the OCG just don't lose to those cards anymore. Right? Which is like, that's just the cycle it's just the cycle that they keep doing in the OCG. It's like they will not change their design philosophy. They will simply still make combo decks, and if we have cards that beat combo decks, we will make combo decks that beat those cards. And now we will need to think about ways on how we can make cards that beat the new combo decks, and then they will think of combo decks that beat those cards, and so on and so forth, right? Because like, you think about it this way, like almost every combo deck has either a hand loop or a Omni Negate trap to beat Dark Ruler, and evenly, right? Or you have a dozen decks now that have ways to beat Nibiru, right? Like, why the hell did Gigantic Sprite lock both players? It didn't make any freaking sense. Literally, the effect of Gigantic Sprite, they might as well just put on the card, your opponent cannot activate Nibiru the Primal Being for the rest of the turn. It was essentially what they wanted the card to do, right? That's what they put that sentence on it for. Like, that's why freaking Gigantic Sprite locked both players. Like, I'm 100% certain that they designed Sprite and they were like, hey, this deck is cool. It spams a lot of small guys, right? We like that, but like, it will lose to Nibiru because it spams a lot of small guys. And then they were like, hey, what if we just made the card restrict our opponent from using Nibiru? And they're like, yo, you get a raise for that, right? So that is 100% how they made Gigantic Sprite, by the way. This is like leaked footage. But yeah, you have like combo decks these days make like Baron before 5 summons to not lose to Nibiru. You have decks search counter traps now to negate Dark Ruler and stuff. It's just a cycle of, they make band-aid fixes for combo decks, and then they make combo decks that beat the band-aid fixes, which like Nibiru is a band-aid fix, Dark Ruler is a band-aid fix, Shifter is a band-aid fix, Maxi is even a band-aid fix. Like, those cards are band-aid fixes for the turn 1 being way too explosive and way too powerful in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's just, we always circle back to this discussion of like, they should just make decks that are not meant to win the game on turn 1. They should make decks like Sky Striker is a very, very good example of this, because the deck was not capable at release. It was not capable of winning in a turn because it was just filled with too many restrictions that made it impossible for you to make a board on turn 1 that won the game instantly, right? I think that is the best way to do card design moving forward, is they should just carefully design decks that are simply not capable of doing that, right? I will kill myself if I have to play Sky Striker clones for the rest of Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not saying every deck should be like Sky Striker. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying every deck should just be, I can only have one monster on the field and I will only play with spell cards, right? That's not what I'm saying. But I think it is you just need to design decks that simply cannot do that much, right? It's like Vanquish Soul is another example of a deck that, like, Vanquish Soul is a good deck, but it will not kill you. Like, it will just not, it just can't do that, right? And it's, yeah, I think it's just a matter of, if you design archetypes like that, and you just don't design archetypes like freaking Kashtira that like auto wins on turn 1 against 80% of the Yu-Gi-Oh decks. If they just keep designing the archetypes more carefully like that, I think we could be in a universe where we just don't need those band-aid fixes, right? Where we wouldn't need to play Droll to beat certain strategies. We wouldn't even feel the need to print cards like Nibiru or Shifter or Dark Ruler or whatnot, because decks just aren't as fast, right? But that's a story for another. That is a story for another day. Nah. Instead, make Altergeist the combo deck. Yes, the solution to every deck just being hella fast now is we make the slow decks fast too. How about that? How about that? Freaking Yu-Gi-Oh is like the Yu-Gi-Oh reminds me a lot of the Fast and Furious franchise, where it's like the first movie is just like it's about like car races and shit like that, and it's like a reason. It's like it was like a movie, of course, fictional, but it was like reasonable, right? Where they have like street races and shit, and then it's just like you fast forward like 10 movies or some shit. I don't know how many there are. I haven't seen one in a long time, but like I feel like the recent ones is just like all about freaking explosions everywhere, and they're flying across the sky with their cars and shit like that. That's Yu-Gi-Oh basically. It's Fast and Furious, but with circular. Exactly. That's Yu-Gi-Oh. All right. Good talk, chat. Good talk. Let's move on. Good talk, but let's move on. I want to look at some decks from Duelist Nexus and how I would potentially build them. Do we have regionals results? Oh no, there's no regionals. Do we have tournament results from this weekend, like deck lists and shit? There's something I can look at for reference for the format? Hold up. I don't want to watch a Ruxin deck profile. Hold up. Remote duel extravaganza. What is that? There's a couple interesting lists in here, I feel. What is that? What is Kong's cards? What is this?
Wrap up for one of the biggest, Duelist Nexus tournaments online that we've had the chance to see, and these results are actually going to be insane. And yes, one of the coolest stall decks I have seen in all of time. No Kashtira. I'll just pass on over.
What the hell is a stall deck even? What does that even mean? What does a stall deck even mean these days?
I'll make 30% of you that have not smashed the ever-living crap out of that subscribe button. Smash it so you guys don't miss out on more awesome content. Of course, Kong's Cards ran this. Use discount code MCOL40.
Top 16. Hold up. Let me move over. Top 16, we have 3 branded, 2 Pearly, 1 Fairhire Runic, 1 Math Mech, 1 Mikanko, 1 Unchained, 1 Marine Cess, 1 Sword Soul, 1 Manadium Scareclaw, 1 Earthbox, Infernoble, 1 Flunder, 1 Kashtira, I assume?
And save on your purchase. So, highest represented deck in top 16
I'm the Earthbox
is going
duelist,
to be 3
foggers.
branded players. Wait, what? That's 3 branded in the top cut. Okay, well that's interesting. We also had 2 purely. Okay, well, what else is going on here? We had For Hire Runic, Mathmech, Minkanko, Unchained, Marincess, Sword Soul, Manadeum Scareclaw, Earth.
I love how this one just doesn't match this one. It's just the wrong thingy, is it not? It's just like not the pie chart for this breakdown. Right? Like the literally the breakdown on the right does not even mention Rescue Ace. It does not even mention Rescue Ace.
Box, Infernoble Toolbox, Philanderies, and what we're going to be calling cash money dollar bills. Now, technically, out of this top cut, there wasn't a real Cash Tira deck. What I'm calling cash money dollar bills here is literally just a unicorn and a Fenrir being splashed into a deck with like 1 Race Loft, which, you know, technically doesn't do it a lot of justice, but that's going to be in the stall deck. Somebody's going to be like, what? Top 8. We had, this is 8 different decks for this event. And if this is any indicator of, you know, a little bit of a power shift happening here, this is actually very interesting.
Okay, I am interested in some of those lists, though, so let's keep watching.
All right. Mathmech, Minkanko, Unchained.
I'm bothered by the fact that it says Minkanko.
Marincess.
Anyone else?
Purely.
It bothers me.
Sword Soul, and that Manadeum Scareclaw deck. Now, when we get to look at deck list here, you'll see this Manadeum Scareclaw deck. You're going to look at this and you're going to go, Robbie, that's not even technically Manadeum. It's got the sub
If you're a fan of Min Kanko, just wait for Max Kanko.
extension package. It's checking all of the boxes for the things that you would typically expect for something like this. So it's very interesting, but there's no Cash Tira in the top 8 of this event, which is actually pretty insane.
There could be a I don't know how competitive this event was. I can just say that I think I can speak for not everyone in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, but a large portion that we are tired of Cash Tira. At least I am. I'm tired of that shit. And so if this was not like a if it was like a new format tournament with not that crazy pricing, just to like try some new decks and shit, like online tournament, no crazy prizes and everything, I think people would be more inclined to just play new stuff, right? People will just go online. It's an online tournament, you know, you just build whatever new deck you want to try and you go ahead and have fun, right? Like, I would not enter that with a Cash Tira deck as well. Right, I would not go ahead and enter that tournament with the Cash Tira deck. So I think the play rate for Cash Tira in this was probably not as high.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you got this amount of diversity cooking out here, this format is actually pretty freaking insane, all things considered. Let's pass on over to top deck list. Winning our event here is our For Hire Runic. Yay! The Deep Draw Turbo Sprite.
Boggers! Very refreshing. New deck, never seen before. I hope this stays around for a long time.
You know,
nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's been hit severely. It has been hit severely on the recent ban list. Don't forget the suffering we've gone through when they semi-limited Fountain, okay? Anyone who's saying Runic is toxic, Runic needs to be hit on another ban list, I will remember you of the pain that we had to endure when they semi-limited Runic Fountain and semi-limited Sprite Starter, okay? We have suffered enough. At some point, you just have to stop hating. At this point, you're just haters. At this point, if you're still asking for more Runic hits on the ban list or Sprite hits on the ban list, you're just a hater. You're just a hater. Deal with it.
Things that you're used to seeing with this deck. You know, being able to do the Donner play.
You're not even playing 2 starters? Yes, but it heavily limits me in my, like, imagination of what my deck could look like, right? The fact that I wouldn't even play the 3rd Fountain or the 3rd starter doesn't matter. It's just I am, you know, I'm limited in my possibilities, right? Okay.
Into good old Raphael, get the full excavation, detour your opponent, have your opponent go, what in the world is actually going on here? That is like the level.
Oh, speaking of Runic for Hire, I saw Coder post a very funny list on Twitter. Hold up. Hold up. Exactly, Nicholas. Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Also, Socks Goon, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Coder won an event. I think he's in France right now, or he was in France. He won an event with Click and Echo. He won an event with Click and Echo, which is funny. What is Twitter? Oh, dude, I will never get used to this new logo, by the way, up here. I will just not. I kid you not, I spent like a minute this morning on my phone because I wanted to open Twitter and I didn't find it. I just couldn't find it. I scrolled through it. I looked where normally it is, like where normally I have Twitter, and I didn't see it. I just I went through like all the I can't be the only one, right? Like I'm so used to, like, you know how like on your phone you have like all the apps in a certain order. Like if I change up the order, I will not find the app for like a couple days until I'm used to it. Like if I switch them around, like I will just like I will not know where it is. I will not find it. And they friggin' like I spent a minute looking for friggin' Twitter this morning because the logo changed. Anyways. Off topic. So Click and Echo, I actually had to look it up because I forgot what it did. Click and Echo. And I'm sure some of y'all also don't remember what it does. It's actually quite funny. Cannot be used as material for Fusion, Synchro, or XYZ. Cannot be tributed while face up in the monster zone. So basically you can only link with it. If this card is sent to the graveyard as material for a link summon, special summon this card in defense position to the opponent's field of the player that link summoned. You can only use this effect of Click and Echo twice per turn. While this card that was summoned by this effect is in the monster zone, you must keep your hand revealed. So it's kind of like budget Ibli. It's on the one hand it's budget Ibli, but on the like, what's it called? In the Furhire Runic Sprite, you can give it to your opponent. You will look at their hand, and then you can pop it to trigger Folgo to draw 3 cards on the first turn, right? Which in that case it's better than Ibli because there's no point in giving Ibli to your opponent if you're gonna pop it anyways, right? That doesn't make sense. You wouldn't do that. That'd be stupid, giving your opponent Ibli and then getting rid of it for them. So you just give them Click and Echo, look at their hand so that you know what you have to disrupt and stuff, and then you just pop it and draw 3 cards, which is, it's kind of cute. I think it's win more, by the way. It's the definition of win more. I don't know. I don't think that if you pull off the full combo in Furhire Runic Sprite, you still need the Click and Echo on top of it. But it is cool. Is there a way to getting to it without getting too locked? You would have to. So the way you would do it, which I don't know how easy it is, but theoretically the way you would do it is you would have to go Folgo first. You have to go Folgo first, summon Donpa from the deck, then you have to make Gigantic with other level 2s, not the Donpa. The Donpa needs to stay. Actually, no. The Donpa, you can use the Donpa to overlay. You use Gigantic, detach Donpa, summon Click and Echo, make a link with it, give your opponent the Click and Echo, look at their hand, then you use Rex in the graveyard to bring back the Donpa. Then you have to link summon like Donner to pop the Click. It's a lot. It's a lot, okay? It's a lot you need to... in order to pop it on your first turn, you need to make Folgo first, then Gigantic, then trigger Donpa, which is a lot. But it is possible. The question is, aren't you already winning when all of that resolves, right? When all of that resolves, you are probably already winning. But that's a story for another day. It's funny though. It's funny though. The one thing I didn't like about this list, which I think is kind of crazy, is that it's 15 runics in 43 cards. I think that is criminal. But anyways, it worked out. It's cool. It's funny. It's funny. I play Click and Echo for the art. Yeah, I mean, Click and Echo is a very cute card. It's funny that it's actually usable. I think it's funny that it's actually usable. It does hard counter Vanquish Soul. You're right, because when everything is already revealed, in your hand, you cannot activate Vanquish Soul effects to reveal, because you cannot reveal what is already revealed. So you just beat Vanquish Soul, which is very funny. It's hilarious that it does that. Text Forge, thank you for the Prime. Europa Boy, thank you for the 6 months. And Rick Burp Sanchez, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Yeah, that just that. When I saw that the runic for hire here, I had to think of that. That was funny.
Of insanity that you're getting right now with this deck, and I'm not surprised to see that.
I will say this deck, I think, is I did upload a meta tier list already for the format. In case you haven't seen it, you might want to type !YouTube. But this deck is still is playable 100%. It's good. I think the downside of it is that, like, if people actually play Synchron, Mana Dome, and stuff like that, I think you struggle against those, because going second, you just don't have enough hand traps.
This deck did manage to pull out a first place. Like, I'll clap for it. It's got consistency going for it. The deck is nuts. Next up was MathMech. Yeah, MathMech did lock down second place out of this. A lot of people, they just don't know how to play against the extra deck down here. I do see that here we have Min Congo. God.
Oh my god. Did I really have to fast forward to the exact moment he screams Min Kanko at me? God damn.
The Axe of Fools. You gotta love the fact that all of the value, all of, like, the extension packages. I know a lot of people have looked at this and are like, I don't really like, playing the combo version of this. This Duelist has had so much success out of this, online series of events.
What are we doing here? We're going first, clearly. We're trying... Dude, Neo Space Connector with Aqua Dolphin is insane to me. And then we go Isold into Renaud to get our equip spell back from the graveyard, I guess. So what is the combo line? Isold, send Arabesque, summon Renaud, get back Arabesque, Arabesque equipped to Renaud, summon from deck. The red one, right? Renaud returns to the hand. And then you can search with the red one, another equip spell, right? Or monster. What does it add? Does the red one add another equip spell or another monster? I think it's equip spell, right? Equip spell, yeah, okay. So, and then you can summon Renaud again, then it's treated as a tuner. I have a question. What do we do if we draw Renaud? We just have to have prep into Illusion of Chaos, right? That's just what we have to have if we don't have that. And what do we do if we don't have Neo Space Connector? I think it's better if I don't ask these questions.
That at this point in time, I got to give them recognition. They always are, having top finishes, and it really does prove that, like, this deck is something to really worry about. Next up, Unchained coming in the top 4. Biggest things.
That is something I do want to look at, Unchained. Maybe we're gonna try and build an Unchained deck today, Chad. Maybe we try and build an Unchained deck and see how it goes. Tour guide is tour guide good? I'm not sure if I agree with only 5 of the trap cards, but the new one does set a trap from your deck, right? You can set an Unchained spell and trap directly from your deck, so maybe Maybe you need less because you will have access to them.
About this list. I mean, we're on triple Book of Eclipse, triple copies of Book of Moon here. You're going to be pressuring your opponent a lot with these. Don't underestimate how good the section or the 6 books can actually be to making sure you're able to play the game. Unchained.
Is this still a blind second deck? It doesn't look like it to me. It doesn't look like a blind second deck to me. It looks like a deck that wants to go first. We will investigate this. We will investigate and see what it does. We will investigate and see what this deck can do going
needs
first.
To be able to answer threats, or it's going to have an issue being able to establish. And I think that's the biggest thing that's fearful with
Unchained. How does this win against combo? It does not. I'm just now realizing this list specifically. Like if you get paired against Synchron or Vanadium, you're not winning that because like you only have 3 ashes. You're not winning that.
Able to play.
I mean, you do have Thrust with Talents and Dark Ruler, Thrust is particularly cool in this deck. Thrust is particularly cool in this deck because even going first, you can set the traps and then just pop them, and it's actually an extender if you have ways to pop them. So that's really cool about Thrust.
The game, as per usual. Marin says, what in the world? Talk about the amount of diversity out here. When you are setting up the Aqua Argonaut,
this deck is
your
the
opponent
same,
cannot
as
physically
always.
do anything about this. That's once again where this deck seems to shine. A big towers backed up with some immediate, maximum protection is actually pretty decent out here. And all real things considered.
A deck that I think does have its place in a format full of combo decks, if that's what we're looking at. I mean, hey, I don't think I can think of better decks to queue into like Synchron with than a deck that has 3 Ash, 3 Droll, 3 Veiler, 3 Mourner, 3 Nib, and 3 Imperms. Like decks with 18 hand traps typically fare well against combo decks. So, I don't know what the random ass Gamma Seal is doing here. You don't even have like Small World for it. I don't know what that's here for, but
I mean, if you don't want to play Marincess's format, you don't have to, but this is a pretty strong showing for this deck, showing that, hey, this is doing well. All right. Hi, Purely. Okay, so all real things considered, 3-3 line for this. We're playing the draw.
I also want to look at Pearly today. I want to look at Pearly a little bit.
Standard main deck in the Harvest Feather Duster. That way we can, answer anything that we need to. We are playing the Herald of Abyss, immediate spot removal. And then we're playing the 1 copy of the Espirly Nor in here, once again to clean up us.
This card is so freaking custom, dude. But I love Purely. I'm seeing a lot of hate for Purely. Like the community is very 50-50 split on Purely, I feel like. It's like half of the people just hate the deck to death, and the other half are just fine with it. But I think it's cool. Does Konami pay for your group's travel to Japan? What do you mean group? You mean team? Well, yes, they are. Yeah. If you mean the team, then everyone gets the yeah.
That the 1 leap. It's very interesting to see that we're not capitalizing on any more copies of leap. I know a few people are like, maybe you should play more leaps. I don't really think that you want to bulk down the deck all that.
That is an interesting question for Purely. Is like, do you just play? Because like the new XYZ, right? The new XYZ reads like a custom card in the sense that it can set 3 trap cards on turn 1, right? It sets 3 trap cards on turn 1. So there's actually, the argument goes both ways. It's a very interesting deck building like philosophy question, because you could see it in both ways. On the one hand, you are incentivized to play multiple traps because you get them for free, right? The more traps you play, if you make the new E Purely Noir, you will get them for free. Also the Sharely one, right? Like the new trap card, the new Purely trap card, you just get it for free. You just get you get to set the card for free from your deck if you make that XYZ, right? So in that sense, you are incentivized to play multiple copies of the trap. Now, of course, purely leap, you are right, it is once per turn, so like even if you set multiples, there's like no real benefit from it. It's outside of follow-up, which can be a thing, right? Like if they kind of break your board, but you have like extra sets left, you can use them next turn to like dodge hand traps or make another, like rank up your rank 2 into the rank 7 for free. Stuff like that, right? And also just like, you know, having more recursion to shuffle like your monsters back into the deck, so on and so forth. You are on the one hand incentivized to play more traps, because as long as you don't draw them, it means you get more advantage on the first turn from E Purely Noir. On the other hand, you can also view it completely differently. You could view it as like, hey, I now have a way to search the trap card very consistently. So why would I play more of it? Like my goal is to just set up the one trap card like it was before, right? Before Duelist Nexus, purely just tried to set up one trap card and you were happy with that. If you managed to set up a rank 2 with a couple nice materials and a purely leap before Duelist Nexus, you were happy with that. So on that end, that just became a lot more consistent. Right? That just became a lot more consistent, because all you need to do is summon the Noir and get the one copy of the trap card, and then you did what you wanted to do before Duelist Nexus, but you're doing it way more consistent. So it's, you know, it's weird because they introduced a searcher, and a searcher for the trap card usually means you only play one trap card. That's how it always is, right? You play one Blackout in Sword Soul, except for Desires Reasons. You play one copy of all the searchable counter traps. It's always one, right? If you have a searcher for your trap card, you play one. The funny thing about Purely is it's a very interesting like deck building philosophical question, because your searcher is thrice per turn. You know, you didn't just get a searcher, you got a triple searcher. So are you playing triple targets for the value, or are you just playing the one just to have it as a searchable target? You know, I think it's interesting. It's a 100% it's a 100% like first world problem for Purely, right? Because it's like Purely would have been happy with if E Purely Noir just did that once, right? If they just did that once to get the trap card, still absolutely custom card, right? Perfect card for the archetype. No one cares. No one was ever going to say like, hey, that card needs to be better, right? No, the card has no business being thrice per turn, right? No shot. Like, it doesn't need that, but it does have it, right? And so like, I think there's going to be this one fraction of players. There's going to be that one fraction of players where they're going to be like, hey, I'm going to be greedy and play multiple traps because my effect is thrice per turn and I want to get the full value. And then there's other people that are going to be like, no, I'm just happy with I'm the more moderate one, where I'm just going to be like, hey, I'm happy with getting the one trap and have a more consistent deck, because I will not draw the trap cards when I go second, right? One reason to play more is the books. Well, I mean, the thing is, Purely Leap is once per turn. I think if Purely Leap was not once per turn, we would not have this discussion. We would not have this discussion if Purely Leap wasn't once per turn. Then you would absolutely play 3. You would just go absolutely absurd with Purely Leap if it was not once per turn. You would go like rank 2 into rank 7, into draw, into activate again, into draw again, into activate again, into draw again. You would draw like 12 cards on your opponent's turn or something in the standby phase. Like, that would be Skrelt, actually, the fact that you think people are only playing one, even though it's not once per turn with the new card, that's absurd. That's crazy. That is impressive. That is an impressive thought process. The fact that like you could have just drawn 12 cards. We just draw, if that card's not once per turn, we just draw 12 cards, dude. Okay, so Jama, thank you for the 9 months. So purely Sharely, let me quickly look it up. Actually, no, we'll get into Purely after this video. I think let's finish the video and then we talk about Purely in more detail.
Not much, honestly. Next up here we have Bestial. Sword Soul with 1 Apple Dragon.
Sam, would say it's broken. Yes, yes.
My first immediate comment when I first saw this earlier, I was like, what in the world? Like, I knew people.
Your bestial deck has 2 Magnumuts. I just thought you should know that. I don't know if you realized. So I'm letting you know.
People were trying out more extended bestial packages, but I feel like
Stop saying bestial.
maybe that this, I don't know, it worked out. I think that's the best thing that I can say about this, but very interesting to see the amount of value that was being established and thrown around here for
Arise Hard. I feel like Cashier Arise Hard would like to know your location if you're playing this deck. But yeah, no.
this. Next up here, so this is our 8th place Scareclaw Manadium list.
Prisma now. Wait. Prisma, Revolution, Synchron, Shadows, Light. Hold up. What's going on here? What's going on here?
See what I was talking about here? It's 1 Manadium. Monster just kind of like stepped
Oh, it doesn't even have the small Manadiums.
up through some like the sub combos. You know, we're playing tunings in here to get to the
What does
Revolution
it do?
Synchrons, and they're playing.
Bro, I can't wait for someone to actually play Revolution Synchron with Power Tool Dragon. That's what I'm looking for. That's where the real goo is located, by the way. If you friggin' go into Power Tool for the free ad, and then you get an equip spell, and then you go freaking bring back Revolution Synchron, make Crystal Wing.
Tekka's Light in here as well. We're focusing more on like the Prism side.
Power Tool revealed 3 Bamboo Swords. God damn, yes.
Things that way, basically doing more Scareclaw sorts of things, and then of course, good old Eradicator Epidemic Virus down here. Who doesn't love your opponent not getting the chance to play the game? 9th place here is Infinitrack Earthbox. Actually, kind of a massive shame that this did miss the little cutoff here, kind of push through into the top cut, but honestly, Rune Force is a stupid good card. And obviously, you know, the lack of Cached Hero that was kind of immediately floating around down here in the lower bracket, I think was actually pretty impressive. All real things.
I'm trying to think if there's a card here that has not been part of Earth Machine. Like, this deck just hasn't changed, has it? This one is new. This one is new, right? This one looks like didn't one recently came? It's Cyberstorm Axis, right? Yeah. Fog. Completely new and fresh deck. There is one thing I genuinely Earth Machine I think is a cool deck. Unironically, I think it's a cool deck. I have one major issue with Earth Machine because they have a card. They have a card where I hate its card design. Just from a very theoretical like card design balancing aspect thingy. There's one card in Earth Machine that I just hate. I wonder if you guys can guess which card it is that where I just hate its design. Not like how it looks, but like how like it's you know how it's what it does. Yeah, you guys know me. Yeah, we are on the same wavelength. You guys know me. I knew. Yeah, okay. I just want to see if we're on the same wavelength. Okay. No, actually, Ancient Gearbox is not a bad answer, but that's not what I was thinking about. That's not what I was thinking of. Ancient Gearbox is like just another like Ankylospar and Gearbox are like garnets. I don't like that, but I was referring to Urgent Schedule. I think it is so weird that they made I just hate cards that like this deck is going first, right? This deck is going first, and Urgent Schedule is not playable when you go first. Like, I love when they make cards that are good going first, but better going second. If you blinded second, then it's fine, of course, that you played it. I'm not saying it's bad that you played it. It's not about your list in particular. It's just the card in general. I love the design of cards like the Ecclesia in Sword Soul, right? Where the card is fine going first because it's a good normal summon, but it gets better going second because it turns into a special summon, right? Or like there's more examples like this, right? Where it's like cards that you can main deck them without a problem because they are fine if you go first, right? They just work fine if you go first. Absolutely. Like the Tistina card is the same as well, right? Like the Tistina field spell has like bonus effects when you go second, but it's completely fine going first, right? I think they should have given Urgent Schedule. They should have given Urgent Schedule an effect for when you go first. I think I just hate when a card is per default not usable when you start the game, right? Especially because of the missed opportunity of making the card like I just think it's phenomenal game design. I think that is one way how we could balance going first and second without introducing a whole lot of variance, because like of course cards like Dark Ruler or Evenly Matched are good cards for going second, but like main decking those cards is the same thing, right? You have a card that's completely dead when you go first, which introduces variance into the game, because if you win the dice roll and you go first, you might open unplayable because you opened cards like that, right? And that's just bad, right? But then sometimes you go second and the card like that is amazing, right? And so it's like it's a lot of like, you know, weighing that stuff. I think one solution to that could just be to make more cards like Ecclesia, right? That just have a purpose when you go first, but have more purpose when you go second, right? Yeah.
Considered deck is...
And that's what bothers me about Urgent Schedule, because they just missed that opportunity on making it better.
If you're a good pilot and you can play this, you're going to do good. 10th place here is our Infernoble Duelist.
Ooh, okay, this looks toxic. In the context of Infernoble, that's a good thing, by the way. That's a compliment to Infernoble players. The question I have is, how many Rhodas does this have? It's funny that it doesn't play Rhoda, by the way. I just realized that. It does not play Rhodas. It plays a bunch of Rhodas for Rhodas for Rhodas for Rhodas, but it doesn't play Rhoda. Which is crazy considering you play Neo Space Connector. The fact that you play 3 Durandals, which is once per turn, so if you draw multiples, it's dead. And you decided not to play Reinforcement of the Army, which can search more cards than this card, is funny to me. So this is a Rhoda. This is a Rhoda. Is this the field spell or is this the field spell? One of them is a Rhoda as well. 9 Rhodas.
They actually had to look at all the rogue, you know, these decks.
Do not droll in Lockbird the Infernoble Duelist. It is unethical. 11? Oh, it's 11 Rhodas? Okay. Okay, I have a very important question. Is there a way, because I don't know all their effects by heart, is there a way I can activate one of them to go through all the others in order? Is that possible? Can I activate like this one to search this one to search this one to search this one? Does that work? It does? That is funny. It has no practical use case, I don't think, but I do think that's funny. I do think it's funny that you can Rhoda for a Rhoda for a Rhoda for a Rhoda. That is funny.
Had to grind through. You know, you're not really prepared for a lot of this stuff. And a deck like this that obviously wants to be able to climb up and establish, you know, the Charlemagne here.
It thins the deck, but you know what I mean? Like it's not crazy. It's not like a crazy thingy that we just found out about. It's just it's more funny than useful.
Yeah, having the larger coverage of negates usually will do good, but if you're not prepared for certain matchups, or like Dark World No More might not get you as much value, I find that very, very interesting. Next up here, hi Flaunderies, how are you? This build is so strange.
This is 45 cards. This is a war crime. This is a 45 card Flaunderies deck. That is a criminal offense. That patchy cephalot. Why is there patchy? Good God. What is that? Why is there a Simorg? Doesn't the Simorg only make sense? Didn't that have to do with their own field spell? Didn't you have to play like the field spell of the Simorg? To use that? Or what? Am I tripping? It's a chain block? Okay. But what are you going to chain block in this deck? Because you're not going to have Robina. You're not going to have Robina in this deck, so what are you chain blocking? Like, what's the point?
To me, first of all, the Fossil Dyna's fine. This was a pretty cool tech choice, but we're just main decking one Featherstorm here, obviously to thrust
Very
into
cool.
it, I suppose.
Very cool tech
but there
choice.
are no other versions of the Harpy's Featherstorm in here, period. A lot of the tech choices I find very, very interesting in terms of option trees that they were trying to cover here. I don't know. I just found this very interesting in terms of deck build versus, the rest of the format here.
Yeah.
Next up is our branded list. Oh, we've gotten this far without seeing a branded list. We are on Triple Dark World No More here, so you can board break your opponent and try to clean things up. Super Polys as per usual. And then, of course, we are playing the Nadir Servant package in here. I will say that Nadir did kind of look like it disappeared off into the sunset. I think a lot of people were definitely looking at it, and they were like, do we still continue to play this? It's pretty good. And shout out to Maximus here. This is actually kind of an interesting little tech choice.
Maximus, I guess it's fine in most matchups.
Up the end here as well. Next up here, hi, it's our other purely duelist. We're once again only playing one leap, but this build actually extended out and went into the additional copies.
Okay, what's the reason for playing 2 Noir if you only have 1 trap card? I'm trying to think. I guess you want the ability to... Okay, one thing I can see for double Noir is because it mentions Sleepy Memory, it lets you... Like, you use 1 on turn 1. You use 1 on turn 1, and then on turn 2, if you want to rank up with another one of the Black Cats, you get to rank up into another Noir. I could see that. I think that's possible.
Of a Spearly Noir, which is typically what...
Now, what are we trying to epsilon here? What is that? What are we epsiloning? D-barrier? That wouldn't be used first thingy. Anti-spell, I guess? Eradicator?
You do want to see, and they're actually playing
Maybe they were just not happy with the 1-in-1 ratio, so that made them feel better.
Epsilon.
That could be what it is.
As well. This is actually very, very nice to see. I mean, Epsilon with the 1 Gamma. I mean, with Gamma at 1, you do kind of look for compensation packages in order to try to...
I do not think it's correct to play over 40 in purely. I do like this list more than the other one still, because it has more hand traps. I think that is very suitable. Like, that's very well suited for this format. I do think you want hand traps in purely. To combat some stuff that's going on with like the combo piles. So I do like the little bit higher amount on hand traps
to cover the deck's weakness, and it looks like it worked out. Next up here we have what was called the stall deck.
What? What the hell is that? What does this do? Why does it have to have circular? Why out of all things? This looks like a friggin'... This looks like you open 10 master packs on Master Duel and you press skip and those are the cards you got. That's like a random assembly, like the most random assembly of cards you can ever think of. But why does it have to have circular out of all things? What is that? There's Poison of the Old Man. Royal Decree. You're citing Argerine. What? Huh?
Of the day with Spiritual Swords of Revealing Light. This is beautiful to actually see this working out here. That this deck was able to carry its way in the top 16 here. So you do play like your, excuse me, I guess we did play Fenris and Unicorns. This is all, you know, for the back-breaking.
It gets crazier the more you look at it. Dude,
And
Rainbow Kuribo.
Extra deck
Rainbow Kuribo, dude. That card is... The last time that card saw play was 2013.
resources
No, 14.
in here as well. I can't even begin
9 years ago is the last time I've seen this card see play.
to explain to you this pile. It's ingenious. And then, of course, we have another branded list.
It's crazy that we just moved from this to this. Like, it's like okay, next up, we got this.
Down here. This one's playing Branded and High Spirits. A little bit more standard. We are citing the Masquerade 4-time in here. And you do see the Maximus gaining a little bit more traction in this build as well. Very interesting to see like just how this deck has shaped up in between the different variations and which sectors actually do find more success out here in the overall long run for this. So once again, Albaz...
Okay, this is the last deck list. God damn, what is that? I can't even spot a win condition. I just don't see it. How do we win? What does it do? Like, it doesn't have anything to stop your opponent. 0 hand traps. Take it to Master Duel ranked now? We can't. There's no Kashtiras. And they seem like the crucial part of this deck because that is like the one thing that's good about this. It's crazy that it doesn't even have like a rank 7. It's just it doesn't exist. If you open Unicorn in this deck, you know what you do? Is you special Unicorn, you add Birth, and then you pass. That's what you do with Unicorn in this deck, by the way. It is blowing my mind. That's crazy. Anyways. Okay. I feel like we can do better than that. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say we can do better than that with Duelist Nexus deck building. I have received food, so before it gets cold, I do wanna eat that. So we're gonna react to a video and then we're gonna go to some cooking ourselves in Duelist Nexus. I guess it's weird to go eat food and then go cooking, but it is what we do today. Today we eat food first and then we cook. I have 3 videos that we can choose from. Hold up. And I don't mind either. I think they all sound fun. Hold up. So we have this one from the Card Market Yu-Gi-Oh channel, which is guessing AI generated cards. I'm assuming it's like you guess what the original art was. That seems cool. We have the new Gauge video dropped. I always like those. And we have a Twitter thread from MBT. I'll just let you decide. I will. We are a democracy. Manage a poll. New poll. What do we watch Cart market, AI guessing, gauge video, MBT, Twitter thread. You will have a minute to oh god, Scrub is always faster. Scrub is always faster. There is a poll, yeah. If this is a true democracy, where's the choice to make you play MathMech? You know what? Eventually, you know it's gonna eventually happen. Eventually, it's gonna happen that I'm gonna set a sub goal to play MathMech, and you guys, I know you guys aren't gonna crush it. I'm just trying to make up the number in my mind, the one that like at which point I will be like, you know, what the right price is. You know what I mean? I haven't figured it out yet. It is definitely not 5. SMG Incredible, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you. It's also not 6. All right. It seems like the MBT video is winning. It's very fast though. We might be able to fit 2. So the question of this video is, why did these incredible Yu-Gi-Oh decks from the OCG completely flop in America? It's cool that you are reducing the TCG just to America, because nowhere else in the world do they play the beautiful game of the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game. It is only America that they play the Yu-Gi-Oh TCG in. As we all know, common knowledge. What deck? I can't even think of a deck right now off the top of my head. Oh, let's just watch it.
Hey everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka, and we are back with another X thread.
Oh right, it's not
so
Twitter
if you're
thread
unfamiliar,
anymore.
Yu-Gi-Oh is bifurcated into.
I mean, this is not a great example. Isn't this just Hulk kitchen sink? We had that. That's just based, no? That's just based. We just played it in a different form because we didn't have all the same cards, but like we played based.
To 2 different regions. The OCG, which is played in Japan and stands for Official Card Game, and the TCG, which is played in America and stands for
Ah, yes, America. My favorite place to play the TCG. Where else would you possibly play it?
Card game. The OCG gets cards a couple of months earlier than the TCG, so frequently TCG players can look at what was good in the OCG to get an idea of what will be good in the coming months.
And the OCG also, as commonly known, is only being played in Japan. Nowhere else. I don't think there's a limit as long as it's like realistically achievable. Ryan Joe, thank you for 15 months.
That said, it's not always the case. See, the OCG follows a different release schedule and has a different ban list, which includes Max C, which means that occasionally a significant amount of the cards that are powerful over there fail to be powerful over here. Today we're asking what decks that were killers in the OCG didn't do much stateside, and we are beginning with...
I mean, I think Vanquish Soul counts. I think Purely counts. It's only recent things I can think of. Yeah.
This one, Adventure Tenyi. Now, we had a similar deck called Kitchen Sink that was kind of successful, but for a period of months, this was, if not a top 3...
That shit won like YCSs and stuff.
Free strategy, the literal best deck in the format. It utilized the adventure monsters, the Tenyi monsters, and cards like Rose Dragons in order to make powerful bosses out of the...
You just said Rose Dragons in such a weird way. Like, it's so weird that they played them. So that they were meta for us, like hella meta, dude. How are we calling them Rose Dragons? No, that shit was meta.
extra. Of course, it made use of Danglong, a card that we didn't have at the time, but it wasn't so
Yeah, Red Rose is still limited to this day because they were so popular.
integral to the plays that you would expect it to be literally unplayable when it came over here. And yet, Callie says Adventure PK for sure. This was practically the only thing worth playing in the OCG for an entire format, with only Flu as a real competitor. When it came to the TCG, it was just struggling to scrape tier 2. That is absolutely correct. In fact,
I don't know if that's true either. I don't think that's true. That deck was probably good. Now, I didn't play when this dropped during the COVID era. But I'm pretty sure this was good.
Phantom Knight was expected to be the best deck like 16 formats in a row, largely because of memory
I
from
wonder
the
why.
OCG,
Do not.
and it almost
don't.
always failed to convert. I mean, look at this deck. It's like just the Phantom Knight cards, Svelte Engine that puts up Rusty Bardish, a Dagdaline, and then can back it up with the adventure stuff in order to set more negates. Here, that failed to convert, and we really didn't get an adventure pile deck until like Prank It. Rebecca also has a good one. Invoked Dragoon is probably the best example of when the TCG was most fearful of the impact of Dragoon itself. This card saw tops in combo decks, but it was never really a large cut of the pie.
Invoked in general, I want to say, while the deck, like Invoked Wind Witch specifically, was a deck in the TCG, but like Invoked in general, I think it was more popular in the OCG than it was in the TCG. It could be a maxi angle where like Invoked was usually like it could only summon like 1 or 2 times per turn, and that's why it was fine. So I do think overall Invoked was like we did play Invoked, right? Like Invoked has always seen play in the TCG as well for a while. Like there's like Alistair is a meme for a reason, right? But I think it was less popular compared to the OCG. And this deck specifically, I don't remember ever seeing.
Like it was in the OCG. Yes, Overseas Dragoon was like the name of the game for a significant amount of time. I guess you could argue that it had a lot to do with the existence of Maxi, the fact that it really only had to go into the extra deck once over the course of the turn, and here, of course, we would just...
That's probably what a lot of this comes down to, is like people underestimate the difference in Maxi that Maxi makes in the format. I'm not saying Maxi is better for the format. Please do not take it that way. But it sometimes makes it so that like slower strategies just seem less, optimal here as they are in the OCG.
Continue special summoning. And while Dragoon was very powerful in decks like Drytron that could integrate it into their end board by making Vertanaconda, it wasn't nearly as ubiquitous as it was over there. We didn't really have like a ton of decks whose whole game plan was Dragoon, for instance. Dustin says, damn, that's crazy. 18 plus instant fusions that it can also bait Ash Imperm for Hulk. Synchron Runic was something that people just sort of expected to be playable in the TCG, but in actuality, it never converted. This is one of those scenarios where I think the OCG honestly just missed the mark and played kind of a mid-combo deck.
They still don't, by the way. The OCG still does not acknowledge the existence of Runic Sprite and other good Runic decks. They just ignore it. Like, literally, you can still play the most insane, the most based Runic piles in the OCG, and they will not do it. They are like, no, we will not.
In the face of what was a much more consistent Runic deck in, any of them. Kelly says, here's a list I like to call post-Syac decks that struggle more here because we have Full Power Branded and Nigh Full Power Kashtira. Full Power Branded? Jokes aside, Vanquished Soul I think fails to convert more because of Maxi than because of the existence of Full Power Branded. Remember when this was expected to be the third-ish best deck post-Dabble due to a strong tier limit matchup, then proceeded to get about 2 tops ever? So we don't have Electromite, but I'm going to be completely honest with you, I don't think it matters. I don't think there was any world in which this deck was going to be taken seriously. This one's really weird to me. Gishki was like the way to play Sprite for a...
That's a good one. Gishki Sprite and Tri-Brigade Sprite.
Significant amount of time in the OCG, thanks in part to Evagishki Naramanis. In the TCG, Sprite Elf was banned, which is a lot of the reason why the deck was playable in the first place, but I think there were a couple of events and weekends in which you could play the deck at something similar to Full Power, and people just didn't. They just elected not to. They were like, I don't really want to pay 5,000 life points in order to make this guy. I think we are just too stupid to play Zephyra. Our excessive consumption of McDonald's...
I mean, okay. this once again might blow your mind, because it didn't happen in America. It happened in a place called Europe. But I remember Typhoon specifically got second, or was it second at the YCS? No, it wasn't second. But he got like he topped a very large YCS with Zephyra, and people played that deck. It was YCS Bochum. It was the one that Marco Perico won. So Zephyra did see play.
McDonald's has filled the part of our brain responsible for Zephyr.
But it for the purpose of this video, it did flop in America. It did flop in America. So technically true. Which is, you know, the only place where they played the Yu-Gi-Oh TCG. So for that matter, sorry for the unqualified response.
For combos with McNuggies. I'm pretty sure that if our pineal gland was not calcified, we could unlock the secrets of this deck. Old one says have missed, but Zombie Teledad. Due to banlist plus release date differences, TCG did not have Brionic and Cardiff Safe return at the same time, which was integral to the build success in the OCG. The deck was relegated to being worse than standard Teledad here. I will be completely honest with you. Having played a significant amount of the Teledad formats with Alex, I think Zombie Dad is one of the least explored decks in that format. It just feels so explosive. This one's crazy. It is wild. So Ellie says, for some reason, in like 9 consecutive formats, Pure Dragon Maid was a top 3 deck in the OCG and has seen
Really? I don't remember this. Was it?
Absolutely no success in the TCG besides a Chamber Splash and some Dragon Link brews. This one's wild.
Do not tell Herman about this.
Again, another one of those decks where you can be like, oh, it plays nicely around Maxi, but I don't think it plays so nicely that it goes from being a top 3 deck to literally unplayable. Okay, this is the classic. Yes, Exodia FTK was busted in OCG from a couple of months in late 1999 to early 2000 because the way that
something's off about seeing 2 of each Exodia piece in the deck. That just throws me off. I hate that.
Again, in which the Black Forest worked is they would trigger whenever they went to the graveyard and not when they went to the graveyard from the field. And as a result, you could just kill your opponent turn 1 constantly. Sprite is not a bad example. In the OCG, this thing was tier 00000. There were formats in which you would look at the top cut breakdown and it would just be a big picture of Sprite Blue. But in the TCG,
This is a thing that to this date I do not understand. Now, okay, Sprite did not flop. Sprite did not flop when we got it, but compared to this, Tearlament was a lot more popular and Sprite was a lot less popular. Now, I will say, Garura did make a difference because Super Poly was good against Sprite and Garura was just really, really good for Tearlaments. But a difference of 72 to 6% from this specific breakdown is not explained simply by Garura. And the one thing I want to add to this is people always mention Maxi for this as a reason of like, hey, Sprite can search Maxi, that's why it benefits from Maxi being in the game. When in reality, Sprite also gets hammered by Maxi, whereas Tearlament does not care. The same as it is in Master Duel right now. You get Maxied in Sprite, you lose the game. You get Maxied in Tearlament, you make a Kit Close, your opponent draws 1 card, you add Sulliak, and then you play on your opponent's turn more than your opponent does, right? So I always thought this was weird that like when Tearlament and Sprite both existed initially in like Power of the Elements format, that the OCG preferred Sprite over Tear, because I think Sprite was just worse in a Maxi environment than Tearlament, right? We didn't have Rule Colos yet. They didn't have Garura, but still, like, I still don't think it explains the difference of 72% to 6%. What? Crazy. I think it's crazy.
OCG, I think, capped out at 50% of top cuts and only went down from there. By the end of the format, it was clear that maybe Tearlament was better before the release of the Ishizus. I legitimately think that the OCG just didn't experiment enough with alternative tier brews. The coolest deck in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, completely unplayable because 2 cards were banned. I will be completely honest with you. Good. We should definitely...
Farfa, close your eyes. Farfa, close your eyes. You're gonna get stupid ideas. Do not watch.
Have kept Block Dragon banned. I do not want this shit to be playable. And we go, wow, look at this fun, cool deck. Actually, it's really good that the deck whose power play is to hand loop you with power tool.
Everyone, I think there should be like a program that enforces people like by law that have ever like if you've ever typed unlock the block in any like if you've ever put these words out into the internet at some point in any Twitch chat, in any Discord server, in any tweet, on any X videos site or whatever. If you've ever put the words "unlock the block" out there, you should be forced to spend 24 hours queuing into freaking Adamancipator on Master Duel and going second all day. And then reconsider what you've done. It's like how you deal with like you know. I will play at Emancipator Mirrors forever. I don't care. Oh, you would care. You will care. You will care. You guys have no idea what a freaking good game of Yu-Gi-Oh is if you're saying unlock the block. And I've been saying that. Thank you, Toast from Below. Thank you for the 3 months.
Dragon 2 is not legal. I think that's really awesome. Back in early 2011, when our window to the OCG format was Shriek, tournament reports of the OCG were filled with junk Doppel. Historically, the deck was a top contender in the TCG2, but due to various card pool differences, getting Librarian late, Tengu, the version running junk Synchron isn't it.
People ran junk Synchron in the TCG. This is wrong. This is not correct info. Junk Doppel was a popular deck.
True Draco Cosmo Metal Foe. A couple of TD Metal Foes topped over here, but they were never as dominant, and the Cosmo variants were completely unseen. I tried to make it work, but couldn't see the same success as the OCG. This is a pretty good one. Again, weird to be like a big combo deck like True Draco Metal Foe Cosmo was more popular in a format where Maxi existed, but over here, yeah, we just couldn't get Metal Foe Cosmo to take off. I remember playing at the Worlds that year, at regionals that year.
The what?
There were always people. The Worlds that year, at regionals.
Oh, World Celebration
that year, and there were always people around the top tables who were trying to make it work, but just couldn't get it. It didn't really flop per se, but I don't have a ton of better examples that aren't like Earth Slurry. Inferno.
Maybe he's just referring to the World Championship as like NA Nationals, right? Because at this point, I mean, if the TCG is only being played in America, you might as well call like the NA Nationals, you might as well call it freaking the World Championship, because like what's the difference really? Like no one else plays the game anyways. It's Worlds. It's basically Worlds, right?
Was much stronger in the OCG than it was here, and
Worlds is just a glorified Japan versus USA crew battle, right? It's just like it doesn't really, you know, just yeah.
Builds differed greatly. I still hold that X Paladin was the better combo starter by far. This list looks a lot different than what we played. I don't recall too many people being on 3 Ogier. When they banned Kid Kalos, this was the best deck for 2 weeks. I remember...
Honestly, this Twitter thread, it feels like people just went on Road of the King and looked in like the deepest, darkest depth for decks that they've never seen. And then they just posted them.
The week that Kid Kalos got banned, oh, thank goodness they posted it. Tri-Brigade took up 28% of the metagame.
I remember that.
This deck is no longer played. Nothing changed. They just elected to stop playing this deck because it was actually not very good. Literal week 1 shit. Matthew Foster says, I get Heat Soul was released way later in the TCG, but it was always funny that this was like the 3rd or 4th best deck for 2 years
what is
straight.
This?
Ugh. It literally looks like a 2013 deck. Like, this is how people were building wind-ups. Half the deck is 1-card combos, and the rest is just traps. While Synchro Cat was good,
It's even worse than that because Wind Up wasn't one card combos. There was no one card combo in Wind Up except for Tour Guide.
Here, OCG Synchro Cat was very good at the same time as Dad. This is because they had Brio out, allowing for Cat, make Brio, pre-mat to get back Cat, Brio bounce pre-mat, rinse and repeat. That's what we were trying to do in progression, and you all told I wish I was dead he was a moron. Clearly the OCG isn't always as illustrative as we expect it will be, but I'm hoping that at least Rescue Ace is playable.
Yeah, I have bad news about that. I don't think Rescue Ace is that great in the TCG because, yeah, it's just the deck is kind of invalidated by no Max C. It's kind of like that's the point. It's the similar to similar of what we talked about earlier, where like we've talked about how the OCG makes combo decks sometimes that the TCG is not prepared for because they design cards for a Maxi environment, and then they get released into the TCG into a non-Maxi environment, and that's why they run rampant here sometimes, right? Think of like Super Heavy Samurai, Synchrons now, and Vanadium now, and whatnot. Like decks that could potentially pose problems. They obviously they haven't caused a problem yet. Well, Super Heavy Samurai has, but the new ones. But they could, because they were designed with Maxi in mind, I'm pretty sure. There are also other decks that are designed with Maxi in mind, but on like the slower end, right? I think they sometimes sit down in the OCG and be like, and they're like, hey, we want to make a deck that's like cool and mid-range and doesn't lose to Maxi. And I'm pretty sure that's how they arrived at decks like Vanquish Soul or Rescue Ace, right? I think that's how they did it. But and then they get released into the TCG and they lose one of their main selling points, right? They lose the selling point of, hey, this deck only summons once, so it's good into Maxi, and it still does a respectable board. When we look at it, we're just like, this deck only summons once? What do you mean? Why would I do that, right? And it's like, and then you compare it to like the end boards of all the other decks that don't have to respect Maxi, and you're like, well, I guess there's no real reason to play this deck, right? It doesn't. It's the decks always seem too fair, right? That's what it is, right? They always seem too fair. It's like that's the number one word that's like being used for decks like Vanquish Soul. It's like people always refer to them as too fair. But the thing is, fair is a very relative term, right? Fair only means something if you compare it to what the other decks can do, right? Because like you throw Vanquish Soul in a different era of Yu-Gi-Oh, the deck would definitely be seen as completely unfair, right? Like a couple years ago, you make Vanquish Soul a thing, like that deck is like people complain about Vanquish Soul if that's a thing in like I don't know 2017 or something, I don't know. But yeah. All right, I need to go to the toilet really quick, and then we will move on. Give me a second. I'll run a quick ad so it doesn't interrupt me later. And then I will be right back. Let me turn on the music again. All right. We have returned. On the topic, hold up. On the topic of America is the only region, please watch the first 15 seconds. Okay, hold up. What is this? This the deck profile of the first place.
So, Jeremy, this weekend, all of Jacksonville went out to the NAWCQ and rally, and what did you do?
I won a national championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, your North American world champion.
Man. That is crazy. That is crazy. Now the thing is, you could just you could give them the benefit of the doubt. You could give them the benefit of the doubt and be like, hey, they just believe in them to win worlds, right? They're just like, hey, you won nationals, so you qualified for worlds, so you know. Or it's just the most American thing ever, you know? Like either one or the other. I'll leave it up to you what you believe out of these two. Which world you want to live in. All right. I've seen some questions in chat about the world's draft and the world's tier list. We are gonna do that, but I said we're doing that tomorrow. We're doing that tomorrow. I'm gonna rank all the decks for worlds. We're gonna make a tier list, and then we're gonna see how wrong or right I am at the end of it. That's gonna be fun. And we're also gonna do a little bit of a draft as well. TCG Worlds or Master Duel. I'm definitely doing it for TCG. I'm thinking whether I should do it for Master Duel, because it might give away something about, like, you know, our lineup. Like if I tell you which decks I think are good and which decks I think are bad, you know, people can guess what our lineup is or whatever. On the other hand, decks are already submitted, so people can't really make changes to their lineups because they might expect other things. Maybe I'll do it for both. Maybe I'll do it for both. Tomorrow is the last stream. Tomorrow is the last stream before Worlds, yes. Not for Worlds, but best decks in Master Duel at the moment. I mean, that's the same thing, right? That's the same thing, because Master Duel format for, like, for Worlds, the Master Duel format is not much different from actual Master Duel, as opposed to the TCG. When is Worlds? Worlds is in 5 days. Worlds is this upcoming weekend. I'm very nervous. I'm nervous. I am less stressed than yesterday because we have submitted decks now, but I am still nervous. Did you see the Master Duel card usage update? I have seen it. We've already talked about it. The 90% max C situation. We absolutely have talked about that. The shared card pool does have some impact. Yeah, it does. It does. Still want to build Unchained today? We still have some time left. I do want to use it. We're gonna make. I think I want to work on 2 lists. I want to work on 2 lists for the TCG today because I'm interested in those 2 decks the most out of Duelist Nexus. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay, I'll spoiler one thing for you all, chat. I'll spoiler one thing for of our Master Duel lineup. Okay. I'll spoiler one thing. Out of our Master Duel Worlds lineup, we are going to share Max C. We are going to share Max C. Isn't that crazy? Max C is in our decks. Max C does in fact appear in as more than a 3-of. That's crazy, right? That is crazy. No further info. No further info. And don't tell anyone. No narcs, okay? No one is supposed to know this, right? No one is supposed to know about this. No one can know this information. It's very classified information. No narcs whatsoever. No narcs. Are you going to play the deck you beat my ass with yesterday in the tournament? I played a Challenger Cup yesterday, but I played like 5 or 6 different decks, so I don't even know which one you're referring to. I specifically played a lot of different decks to not show what I just wanted to try a lot of different stuff in a lot of different lists. But yeah. Yeah, in case anyone didn't see that, I did play a Challenger Cup yesterday, off stream. I got second. We lost the finals. We lost the freaking Labyrinth mirror match in game 3 of the finals. It was cringe. It was very cringe. You lost to someone in your Discord? I mean, yeah, I'm not mad about it at all. It was completely fine. It was a good time. It was a good time. It was a fun tournament. It was especially fine because we also I misplayed. I could have won, I think, but yeah, it happens. There was a moment where I had Lady Labyrinth and I should have set a card first before doing something, but I didn't set one, so it could be destroyed. We could have had back-to-back wins. Yeah, true. Quantal won a Challenger Cup on Saturday, and I choked the finals. Now what? Master Duel? No Master Duel. I'm gonna be honest. I've played so much Master Duel the last couple of weeks in anticipation of Worlds. I just cannot wait to do TCG. I'm gonna be honest with you. I just wanna make a deck. I just want to make a deck and not be worried that it's going to be max seed and not be able to play the game. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like Master Duel is fun and all. Master Duel is fun and all, but I just want to make a deck and not care about maxi for like it's been too long. It's been too long where I have gone first and been like, I hope they do not draw the insect, okay? So we will do some TCG. I will give you another poll of what we start building with, because there is 2 decks I'm interested in the most, and you guys can decide. And I will not tell you what the 2 are, because otherwise Skrelpling will outpace me on the poll. I will just do it on my own. Purely... Oh shit, I said it. That... Okay. The options are Purely and Unchained. You have a minute to vote. Wait, how did you... How did you do that again? Oh, you guessed them. Oh my god, you just guessed them? That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair. I hate the fact that you were correct as well. I hate the fact that you were right. I hate that. I hate that so much. It's looking like it's Unchained. It's looking like you guys are very, very interested in seeing the Unchained deck. I'm fine with that. You are too readable. I mean, it's not like we haven't talked about it for like the last 30 minutes, what we're gonna do. It wasn't like the most, the craziest thing. Anyways. We are finally back to the Deutsche Bahn app. We haven't been here in a while. Unchained, new support. Let me quickly recap because I'm familiar with all the old cards because we've played it in Master Duel. Farfa in shambles. Yeah, Farfa, leave now. Your name is on the screen right now. Holy shit! Delete the VOD. I'll censor your username in the VOD upload. Don't worry. Anyways, the new Unchained cards are these bad boys. And they are, I want to say, for when we're talking about the red one and the extra deck monster, I think they are custom AF. They are custom AF, but quickly just to recap, let me move over to the other side so we can read the effects. Unchained Soul of Charvara. During the main phase, if this card is in your hand, quick effect, you can target a fiend or face down card you control, destroy it, and if you do, special summon this card. But you're locked into fiends while it's in the monster zone. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can set an Unchained spell and trap directly from your deck. So literally, this card is everything you want it to do in Unchained. This card is everything you want it to be. It is a extender. It's a quick effect, so it does let you dodge negation and stuff like that in case it ever matters. And it gives you a bonus effect when it's sent to the graveyard. That card is broken. Plus, the even more broken part is it's called Unchained Soul, which matters, right? For the XYZ, for the Link monsters, you need Unchained Soul monsters. And the ones that we played beforehand, I'm gonna be honest with you, especially this one is kind of ass. Like, I honestly think you might not even play this anymore, but that's something we're gonna think about later. But I like the freaking dog has annoyed me to hell in Master Duel. Like, that card might not be part of the deck anymore. The other one is still, this one is fine. You might still play this as like one or two of, but the dog, I'm pretty sure you get rid of. Anyways, you have the other one, which is Unchained Soul of Shiyama, which is not as good, but you might still play it. It's when you can target a card you control, destroy it, then you can destroy a spell and trap on the field. It's like, this is particularly good for going second, because going first, popping your own cards with this, I don't think comes up that often, because you would need like 2 cards you want to destroy, which doesn't always happen, but it's fine. If this card's in your grave, you can target a fiend or a face down card you control, and if you do, special summon this card, but place it on the bottom when it leaves the field. This is cool because it gives you value when it's in the graveyard, right? You will get it to the graveyard by linking it off, and then you can bring it back by destroying another card. This one is fine. I do think you play only one of this. But in my mind, honestly, I still don't have a concept for what the deck is trying to do now with the new support. I just know that the new cards are good. Now the Link monster is insane. It takes any 2 fiend monsters, which I think that's why they played Tour Guide. I think that's why they played Tour Guide in the other deck, which I think it could be okay to play Tour Guide. But okay, if this card is special summoned, you can add an Unchained monster from deck or grave to your hand. Phenomenal. If a card you control is destroyed by a battle or card effect while this card is in your grave, you can banish this card and special summon a fiend from hand or grave, and then you can destroy a card you control. Only use each effect once per turn. Once again, also another very easy way to get into your Unchained Soul monsters, right? Like, this one counts as an Unchained Soul, so you can like make this as a link 2, add a monster, then you can turn it into one of the 2 Unchained Souls, whether you're going first or second. Like, going second, this one is very good. Going first, this one is very good. And then when it's in the graveyard, it has further value. Like, this card is also phenomenal. And this is also the bridge between... this is also the bridge for like other Unchained variants. Like, we've seen it earlier in the OCG report. A lot of people are playing Unchained Labyrinth in the OCG right now, which is interesting. It gives you a very good way to convert like Stovey Torby or Ariana that is just laying around on your field, you know, like that kind of stuff. You can just completely convert it into a Labyrinth, like into an Unchained play, which is very nice. That version might be cooking for us in the TCG as well. I think we're gonna start with pure Unchained, but this is cool. This is definitely cool, something to keep in the back of your head. So I know that. So I guess. So this used to be the ratio in Unchained, I think. Roughly something like this, right? Before the new support, you would play something like this. And you would play this, right? This was like the Unchained ratios that people were playing. Vincenzo played Unchained in a recent local tournament. You can look it up for inspiration. Hold up. Vincenzo Unchained. We can look at it, yeah. Wait, does it have no sound? Oh.
Primo posto al local con Unchained.
Vai, andiamo con la profile.
Faccio subito le...
Sì.
Allora, ho giocato 3 tour, anche se il tipo nei commenti dell'altra profile ha detto che
It does
ho
play
giocato
tour guide
uno
as well.
tour,
That's
Così.
okay.
e uno di questo per tour.
Sì.
Per...
Can Rhino send any fiend? Hold up. What is this? Wailing of the Unchained Soul. If you link summon an Unchained Link monster, you can just target a card in the field destroyed. If this set card is destroyed by a card effect, you can special an Unchained monster from your deck. It's not bad, is it? It's just more copies of the cards you can destroy, right? The field effect doesn't really... The field effect isn't really that good. But the other effect is just the same on all of them. But it's worse than the traps. It's worse than the traps because you can reset the traps with like Sarama and they will actually be good, right? But like if you theoretically, it's worth noting that if you want more spell and traps to pop, you could play it. If you wanted more starters in combination with other cards. It's not terrible. It's not a good card, but it's not terrible, I think. You could consider this card. I wanted to wait up. Fiendish Rhino Warrior. Any fiend from deck to grave. Okay, that's nice. So you can like Unchained Soul of Yama with Tour Guide, and then you can Foolish probably the blue one. Because that has a graveyard effect, right? Surely?
E poi comunque pescarlo non è male. Avevo pensato pure di giocare tipo 2, però meglio di no. E 3 di questi per forza.
You Foolish red? Why? Yama adds... Oh, I thought it was from the field to the graveyard. Oh, never mind. Okay. I didn't realize it had that. I thought it needed to go from field to grave. Okay, you can send this to set a trap directly. Okay. This card is actually just custom.
3 di questi.
Vabbè, gli starter.
Del mazzo.
Bro, proxy at locals. Cause the ID.
Uno solo. Non ha senso come giocare più di queste perché brick.
Vincent Link, hold up. That is easier. Thank you. Okay, we got 3 Sharvara, 1 Shiyama. That makes sense. 3 Prison, 3 Tour Guide, 1 Fiendish Rhino Warrior, 1 Unchained Stat. I like that we're not playing the dog. We're on the same wavelength. That's good. Still, you do triple Aruha. Because it's the extender from hand. That's great. We only have 1 Sarama. Is there an easy way to recycle Sarama from the graveyard if it's gone? I found this card to be very good. You might want to. Oh, Yama can add from graveyard. Yama can add from grave. Okay. It's just that what I'm worried about is what if I start with Sarama as the one that I want to destroy, right? I destroy Sarama, and then I later on I still want to summon a Sarama from the deck. Right? Because yes, the link can add back to hand, but I don't want Sarama in hand. I want to summon Sarama. Right? Then don't start with Sarama. Okay, just don't start with Sarama. Okay. I mean, you could bring it back. Yeah, maybe it's fine. And then one Rakea, which I'm pretty sure Rakea is not even like Rakea to me for this deck. Rakea seems like this card, like Rakea for the monsters of this deck feels like this card in comparison to the other trap cards. Like you might need it for some OTK plays, but it's like kind of like, but it's definitely the worst one, right? I think. But I like this list. I like the ratios on all the Unchained cards. We can try Tour Guide. So we definitely play the new ones, of course. Tour Guide. Rhino. And then it's like Foolish. Okay, hear me out. I am not sure if I love Foolish. It's a consistency card. So Foolish it's not bad. Because what you can do is you can Foolish for Sharvara and then you just set Spell and Trap, which is good. You can also Foolish Shiyama as an extender, which is also good. My concern with that is that like Foolish, like I'm getting the impression that this once per turn effect of Sharvara is like really crucial. It's really important. And so like you Foolish for Sharvara as a starter is fine, but then you just, it makes the rest of your turn still weaker because you will not be able to use Sharvara again, right? It's just like not, it's kind of like how it felt weird when you had to Foolish for Tragedy in Old Branded because you wanted to send Tragedy for Branded Fusion. You get what I'm saying? Like it's like the thing I'm trying to get to is like yes, Foolish into Tragedy would work as a starter, but it felt a lot worse than opening Aluber straight up or any other cards, you know, because like you would make your Branded Fusion weaker later. That's the vibe I'm getting from Foolish in this deck. You can still play it if the deck is not consistent enough. That's something we'd have to find out. But yeah. I just need to like understand the type of boards we're trying to make when we go first, because like I don't really know what we are trying to end on. We're trying to end on like, because I only see like this is good as a disruption. What else do we end on? The rank 6? Ooh, what does Wave King Caesar do? When a spell and trap or monster effect is activated that includes an effect that special summons a monster, a quick effect, you can detach a material, negate the activation, destroy the card, then you can make another DDT. Okay. This is just rule close. But it's not once per turn. It's rule close. It's double rule close. Yo! Okay. Alright. So our goal is to set up... We set up Unchained Soul of Rage to link with our opponent's card. We set up double rule close. And we set up as many traps as possible? Question mark? Maybe is there a guaranteed way to set up both traps? Probably not. Because you can only guarantee one with this, right? You can only guarantee one. Where would you get the second one from? Because this one doesn't add, this one only adds Unchained monsters. But I mean, yeah, you're right. We don't really need the reborn one, right? We really want this one, right? So yeah, and then we have Prosperity seems like perfect for this deck because it doesn't draw any cards, and I think you can probably get away with banishing some of your extra deck. And then the rest, I mean, this seems like a very solid core for the deck. It seems like a very solid core, and now we can play more consistency cards, or we can play more like just non-engine, right? Which at that point is like, what's the best non-engine for next format? I'm not sure. You could play one of the spell. I'm thinking I would rather play one of this, I think, than I would play Foolish. Because if you think about it, Foolish either turns into a set trap. I mean, setting a trap card is good, but like, I think I like this. And then we're playing a Thrust package. Thrust seems neat in this deck because of those cards going first. You can just go for those. That seems like it's good. For Thrust, we do need, I mean, talents. Seems like a no-brainer. Herald of the Abyss seems okay because Purely is a thing. And then we're choosing Dark Hole and Duster. Dark Hole. I mean, Dark Hole can get you going as well. Sometimes Duster is fine if you expect Lab. Yeah, Dark Hole, I mean, I don't hate this. It feels weird because we're just copying the list now, but it does seem like a well thought out list. The one thing, and then it's just Droll and Ash as the hand traps. I think 6 hand traps, honestly, 6 hand traps seems relatively light. 6 hand traps seems relatively light in this format, but at this point, if you want to play the Thrust package, you have no way around it. You can't play more hand traps, right? But you could, in theory, you could remove Thrust from the deck, which is 7 slots, and you could play like 13 hand traps. It is possible, right? You can't do both. You cannot do both, but you could do like 12 hand traps and one other card or something, if you wanted to. I mean, I guess Droll seems like it's fine in this format if people play Manadium and shit. I don't know if Ash is that good against the Synchron decks, for example, if people play those, but I think because Cash is the best deck, this for now is correct, and then you cite more hand traps for the others. That could be reasonable, because like you think about it, you have like, if you have 6 hand traps in your deck, if you play against a combo deck, in game 1, you have a 50% chance to go first and be fine. And then you go second with 6 hand traps, you still have about a, what is that, 50% chance to open one, roughly? I think it's like 48, or is it over 50? I forget. It's like around that number. So even if you do lose the dice roll, you still have a solid chance to open one. I'm just wondering whether Ash is the best one. I'm not sure if Ash is the best one for this format. Oh, 57 is the one for 6. Okay. What is 48 then? Is it 5? 5 hand traps is 48. Why is 48 in my head right now? Hold up. Why is 48 4 hand traps 5 50? Okay, 50. Okay, 50 is that. Okay, well, I don't know why 40 is that. I don't know. There was something about the number. Ash is the best against Manadium, you say? Okay, well. You know the deck is good, by the way, because it like perfectly fits all the like. Look at it. Look how it looks on DB. It's just very pleasing to the eye. That's how you can already know that the list is solid. The list is very solid because look at how it look how it goes into all the rows and shit. Like very strong, very strong assembly of cards right there. We need, okay, it's a DDD. This one, we probably need one Abomination only. We probably play Muckraker. How many of each on the Unchained we need? We probably don't need that many of each. Like this, 3-2-2. What did we do? Oh, 3-2-2. Okay, convenient. Zeus for talents, I guess. Zeus for talents. It would be, I think it could be worth a consideration to play a like a rank 3 way into Zeus if you play Tour Guide. Cause surely there's some scenarios where you go second and you just go Tour Guide and you could just slam you slam Zeus. Because you could play this, right? And Machinex. That seems like a cool idea. You can also, yeah. That seems neat. And then it plays, what is it? Unicorn, Axis Code, Griffin, Azalea. We cannot fit all of those now. Griffin seems nice. I don't know how often it comes up. I don't know how often Griffin comes up, but in theory it's nice because you can reset your traps and then pop them. That seems cool. Azalea can target your own shit, but I don't know if you can ever invest 2 monsters into making Azalea. And then we can just play Access Code. This seems reasonable. For Unchained standards. I still don't know if Unchained is great, but it does seem like close to what you want to achieve with it. Dune. Wait, why can't I? Why can't I solo mode? Huh? Oh, why is this the purely deck? Oh, it's because I put the Unchained deck is empty. This one is okay. It was my bad. Now. Surely this does it, right? Surely this does it. Okay, let's ignore the prosperity. Surely trap plus Rhoda does it? Question mark? So boom. Boom, boom. Do we go with this dude? Do we immediately go Sarama? Or which one do we summon? Blue Dog. Blue Dog. Oh, I see. Okay, hold up. This. Yama. Effect. Effect. Set other trap card. Which one does this add? We haven't normal summoned. Do we add Sarama? Or Aruha? Aruha. And then we can now use this to bring it back. Or we continue with Aruha. We probably do Aruha first. Boom, boom. Now we get this. Surely. Now I use this to pop this to reset the better trap card. Right? Then Aruha triggers. And that summons Rakea. Or another level 6. Rakea. Shiyama. Pops Rakea? Or this? Oh no, you want to link 2 first, no? You want to link 2 first into this, so that this thing is in the graveyard. And then you use this to pop this. Brings it out. This triggers Rakea and the other one in the grave. You can banish this card, special summon a fiend from hand or grave. Don't use Yama. Oh, we don't have to, right? Because we already have. Oh, you know what I like about this? You know what's cool about it? Because we just need. Okay, so this triggers to bring this out, yeah, and then we make this. We haven't normal summoned. So technically, if we had a normal summon, we could have triggered this. Let's say we had another Aruha in hand, right? Let's just assume we have another Aruha in hand. We could have normal summoned that and also gone for a Machinex, right? Right? You could do that as well if you wanted to. Then this would be banished. Which is, for a 2-card combo, it's not awful. It is not awful for a 2-card combo. One thing that's cool is that when we detach this on our opponent's turn, we get to set another follow-up card, right? We get to set another like trap for the next turn. When this hits the graveyard. And then when this hits the graveyard, on the next turn, this immediately means we have follow-up, because this in the graveyard means we get to like pop the trap that we get for free and shit like that, right? It's neat. It's neat. Is there a way? I'm trying to think. Is there a way we can set up this one in the graveyard? Is there a way we can set this in the graveyard somehow in a 2-card combo? In like the same, can we get to the same end board? Could we have gotten to the same end board, but with this card in the graveyard? You can summon it instead of Rakea. Because then we can, if we do it that way, we can, on the opponent's turn, we don't have Machinex. Let's just say we don't have Machinex. If we activate Escape, that can trigger this in the graveyard to bring back the other one to pop another card, right? Hold up. Let me try if we can do that. Sleeve Chief, thank you for the gifts up. Appreciate that. This hand probably gets there. Hold up. Let me do the same hand that we had last time. It was the oops. It was this plus a trap. So we will set the trap. We will special summon this. We will trigger the trap. We summoned this. Right? Then we made this. We will set the other trap. We set the other trap and we added Aruha. Then we used Aruha to pop the trap and we would get Sarama. We would use Sarama to reset the trap, the better trap card. That would trigger Aruha to summon. We summoned this last time, but we don't need to do that. We can just summon, where is it? We can summon this. And now we simply link here. Right? We simply link here into this. And now we use this to pop this to bring it back to summon the other level 6 again from the deck. And now we have the same end board, but we have this in the graveyard. So what this does, on our opponent's turn, you don't want it in the graveyard? Why do you not want it in the graveyard? This Yama triggers on the opponent's turn to bring it back. On the opponent's turn, when we use the trap card, you can't special summon it from deck. How do we special summon it from deck on our opponent's turn here? How? The link adds back a fiend? Oh, because we can also just add this back to hand. But then we need to pop the trap that we said. Right? But I get what you're saying. Yeah. It works that way too. The one thing that I will say is weird about this end board a little bit is that, like, if let's say we use this on our opponent's turn, we link off one of their monsters. Ideally, I think the best card to summon in this spot is probably Unicorn to spin another card, turning this into 2 interruptions. Right now, this card is dead. Right? We can't use our Scrap Dragon Unchained trap on the opponent's turn. Unless we, in this case, you would have to make the other link, right? In this case, you would have to make Anguish, which doesn't have a disruptive effect, but it adds back one from the graveyard, right? Like, if you make this one, you can then use this card, pop this and your opponent's card This will trigger this to add back a card from a fiend from the grave, and it can also trigger Yama to like special summon something back, right? Then you have a lot of like the thing is, the end board isn't crazy. The end board isn't crazy, but it's definitely not bad for 2 cards, right? I mean, you have a double Rule Colossus. You have a double Rule Colossus. You have a link with your opponent's monster into whatever, into more disruption off of the trap card. It's not awful. Definitely seems like playable. The question is, how well does it play into your opponent's boards? And also, I'm pretty sure Tour Guide just does everything on its own, right? Tour Guide just does it, right? Let me see. It has to. Yeah, no, it has to. Tour Guide has to do it. Tour Guide just has to do it. Hold up. You go Tour Guide, Rhino. You make the link, and then you get to do this, right? And then you're just in the exact same spot, right? Because you just add Aruha, and then you get to send this to set the trap card, and then it's just the exact same spot. It's the exact same spot where we ended earlier, where we began the other combo, right? It was the exact same spot. So you can do the exact same things from here. With just 1 card. That's solid. I think I like Tour Guide. There's a feature match I played yesterday. I mean, yeah, sure. Run it. Run it. Is BA playable with Unchained? I don't see a reason to, honestly. I don't know why you would want to put Unchained into BA or other way around. I'm not convinced that is the right direction to go, because honestly, the deck seems fine as it is. The deck does seem fine as it is. I do think this card is interesting, because I think as long as you open one of the spell and traps +1 to pop it, I think then you're good to go, right? All right, we are unchaining. Hold up. Okay, we're going first with the full combo. We got impermed on this, but like, it's funny. Imperm on this doesn't seem that bad. You only need 1 extender to play through it, right? Yeah, we can definitely play through. We can make the full combo. One thing that I will say, actually, I can let it play. One thing I will say, I am getting the feeling like there could be an issue with this end board, because it doesn't do as much against some decks, right? I mean, I guess it's only like specifically stuff like Flunder, where the end board doesn't do as much, right? Because you don't actually get to link with their shit because they don't special summon. Flunder sounds like an awful matchup. I'm gonna be honest with you. Flunder seems like an awful matchup. You can make Machinex against Flunder, yeah. That seems good because you can attach their birds. But that matchup does not seem good. One thing I like about Unchained, one thing I genuinely like about Unchained is that the deck is very like easy to understand. Because they just all do the same with a slightly different flavor, right? Board breakers do nothing if you play it well. I mean, they do something, right? I mean, they definitely do something, right? You're not immune to board breakers, but you are. You have good ways to play around it. Like, because you get the trap card, and you can like recycle some of your interruptions on the opponent's turn. Like, you can, for example, if they Dark Ruler you, you can use the trap card to pop the Link monster, to pop one of their cards. And then you can use the Link in the graveyard to bring back the Link monster, right? And then you can do it again. Like, you still have the Link with your opponent interaction. Yeah. If they evenly the combo, you have to chain the trap on your own. You have to, like, they go battle phase. You chain the trap on your own monster, and yeah, and then you also get it. It's not that good, yeah. You know, they're right. They do something though. Like, you're not immune to them. They will trade with one or two of your interruptions, right? They will trade with some of your stuff. But they are still like, they're not like auto win. You don't auto lose to the board breakers. That is true. But they do something, right? They're not bad. Stuvix, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. The deck can easily OTK, maybe try to go second. You can try it. However, I think when your deck has 1 or 2 card combos that make this board, I think you are wasting an opportunity by going second. Like, this seems solid. This seems very solid for going first. Like, I think you would be wasting opportunities if you just blind seconded, in my opinion. Ooh. Wait, no, this is... Oh, no, this is awful. Bro, just wave King Caesar their shit. Wave King Caesar... Oh, my God. Wave King Caesar is disgusting against Labyrinth. God... Oh, now we read it. Oh, good God. Goodness gracious, dude. Oh, my God. No, this... Oh, good. Nah. Bro, Wave King Caesar... Bro... It's like Labyrinth already had a problem with Rule Colossus, and this card is double Rule Colossus. That's insane. Coup Clock comes back. Now you activate this, and now, okay. I will bet you any amount of subs that they will activate the trap. Vince activates Wave King Caesar again, and they will read it again to make sure it's not once per turn, because they definitely don't know. Oh, they didn't read it. Why did you make this play if you knew it was not once per turn? Okay, I lost. I lied. Well, This could have been good for Labyrinth if they just. I'm pretty sure they just didn't know. They just didn't know what Wave King Caesar did. Otherwise, you could have just done a lot of this before they get to it, and then you actually get to do some stuff. I told him like 6 times it was once per turn. The thing is, the Labyrinth hand was actually a completely custom hand, because what you're supposed to do before the Wave King Caesar hits the board, you just go Kuklok, Stovey, bring back Kuklok, summon Lady, activate the trap, chain Lady to get another trap of your choosing for next turn, get Lovely, bounce back Kuklok, and then pop. It was actually insane, right? Like the opener for Labyrinth was actually crazy good. It was actually completely custom. But they just did it too late. I think Labyrinth was probably supposed to win this game if they do it before Wave King Caesar hits the board, because you just all you have to do. I guess you cannot stop Caesar. You can't stop Caesar because even if you pop one of the level 6s, they can bring it back with the Unchained link. Right? They can bring it back with the Unchained link to still make Caesar. But Caesar doesn't do anything when you already have Lovely and Lady on the field and a big welcome in the graveyard. You just bounce it. Right? Or you just hold Imperm for Caesar. You could hold Imperm for Caesar, but that's not... I don't think that's right. But, yeah. Yeah. This was... I link off their stuff and make Abomination and win if they play? I guess. But the Unchained links target, right? The Unchained links target. So you can't link off Lady, because they have Lady and a set card. You cannot target the Lady. So the Lady will stay. So that means the Lady will be online with the big welcome in the graveyard. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you win if they do it right. Because they can just... Okay, what if at the point where you have blue link, and then you have the 2 level 6s on the field, okay? You have the blue link and you have the 2 level 6s on the field. They go Kuklok, then Stovey, set big welcome, summon out Kuklok, summon out Lady, activate big welcome, chain Lady to set a good trap card for next turn. Let's say, I don't know, the best one against this deck would probably be something like IDP if they play that. Set IDP, summon Lovely, bounce Lady maybe? No. Bounce Kuklok. Trigger Lady. What can they pop? They can't pop any of your monsters though, because you can just bring it back with the Link monster. They can't pop any of your monsters as long as the Link monster is there. You can pop Shiyama and it goes to the bottom? Right. It goes to the bottom of the deck. Does that trigger the Link monster in the graveyard? Or does it have to see it go to the graveyard? Destroyed by battle or card effect. Oh no, it would still trigger. It would still trigger. And then you have Okay, you still have the link monster and the 2 bodies if you lose the link in the graveyard, and then you do what? How do you out the Okay, you link with your opponent's Lovely into Unicorn. You spin the back row. And then you make Abomination to pop Lady in the end phase. Yeah, you probably still win. I think you probably still win though. Cause like they will set up. They have an insane hand, right? They have an insane hand because they have Lovely, they have Lady, they have Stovey Torby, and they have 1 set card. Oh wait, no, the Link 2 is only opponent's turn. You have to... Okay, no, then they might win. They might win if they know your cards, yeah. Yeah, they could. They could. Like, you have to make the Link 3, but then you don't get Unicorn. Then you have to make Abomination, but that means you don't get rid of Lady. It means you don't get rid of Lady, and if Lady stays... If Lady stays, then the big welcome is live. Yeah. Yeah. You might lose, yeah. You might lose to if they know. I mean, that is one of the things about these types of decks, right? It is one of the like implied advantages is like, yes, if your opponent played perfectly, they would probably beat those decks. That's why they're not top meta, right? Not yet, at least, right? I mean, the deck is I don't think the deck is bad, but like it's not top meta. It's like if everyone knew all those cards, then they would probably be able to beat it. But like that is like in Yu-Gi-Oh, there's friggin' like a lot of cards that people don't know, right? It's part of the game. Deck is a tier 1.5 deck, just a cool deck, not the best. Well, you'd call it tier 1.5? That's pretty high, actually. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just think that sounds like you like it a lot. It does look fun. I will say that. It does look fun. It seems very very fun. Floaters are epic. It seems fun. Is it expensive or is it a budget option? Is this deck expensive? I'm looking at... You need Prosperity. The Rhoda... Okay, I mean, Prosperity and Thrust is money, but like any deck probably wants those. The Rhoda is 15. Okay, if the Rhoda is the only expensive card for 15, I think it still qualifies as a budget deck. Because like, what is the Unchained core? Like, if I want 3, I mean, that's a common. If I want 3 Sharvara, 3 Aruha, 1 Rakea, 1 Sarama, 1 Unchained Soul, 1 Shiyama, 3 Prison, all the traps and spells, and 2 of each of the Link monsters, how much is that? How much is that? 80? 90? I think that qualifies as budget. I think that qualifies as budget. I think that qualifies. And then, like, I think you can get away without Thrust. You can definitely get away without Thrust. I'm not sure if you get away without Prosperity. Prosperity is probably necessary. I'm gonna say that. I think that card seems insane for consistency, but... Anyways. Extrav is okay. You know what? You could be right. You could be right. You'd have to play multiples of some of the extra deck stuff. Like 3 copies for sure of the Link 2 and 3. So you would use some flexibility, but you could maybe make it into a budget extravagance deck. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. All right, this game is over, in fact. One thing I love about this deck, one thing I really like just looking at it, is that the amount of follow-up it has just seems very nice. The amount of follow-up you have is crazy, I think. Because you just, like, you never run out of shit if you set up once. What are we thinking about? We have one set card. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I think the level that Unchained plays at, in terms of like how much it does on a turn, the board it ends on, and so on and so forth, the resource management and stuff like that, I think that's how Yu-Gi-Oh should be played. I think if a deck does more than that, it's probably too much on turn 1. It seems like a very... It just seems like a healthy deck. Because like the end board, I mean, look, it still is a fast deck, right? It's still like it still does a lot compared to like back in the day, right? Like, because I mean, the end board is crazy, right? If you really think about it, right? There's like multiple forms of interaction and everything, right? But it just seems like it does the right amount. I just think they should design more decks like that, instead of making more Manadiums or Synchron piles. They should just make more decks like this, like Vanquish Soul, like Unchained, like Sword Soul. Maybe, if you disregard the freaking Protoss incident. Right? They should just make more of these, and they should just... The most important part, okay? The most important part about, like, making us play fair decks, because they are making these decks, okay? They are making them. Clearly, they are making them. You know what the problem is? The problem is not that they are not making fair decks. The problem is they're also making better shit. They're not stopping, right? They're not like, hey, we made this, now go play with it. They're like, hey, we made this, but we also made this, which is 10 times better. And then like, okay, why, you know? They're kind of stopping. I mean, yeah, I think that I want to say this. I want to preface this. I do think the direction that recent deck designs have taken, with a couple of exceptions, have been fine. I think since like the last year or something, I think the designs have been getting better. There's been slip-ups. Like, I don't know where the hell Ishizu cards came from. I also have no idea where freaking Manadium came from. Like whole Visas, honestly, it's a big L to the lore Andes, but freaking Visa Starfrost, honestly, if that was just gone, probably better. Probably better for the game. I'll be honest. Scareclaw doesn't do anything cool. Tearlament was freaking busted, even though it was fine. But like Visa Starfrost, man. Visa Starfrost was not it, Chief. Kashtira, Manadium. Nah. A lot of reading is being done. I think Manadium is a very interesting combo deck to pilot. Non-linear 2 or 3 card combos, but yes, it's really overtuned. I mean, the thing is, like, there's two sides to it, right? Like, there's, yes, piloting combo decks can be quite difficult, especially when you go second and you have to like navigate into a board and such. Piloting combo decks is by no means easy, right? And it can be very fun. I think the problem with them is that like it's a 2-player game, right? It's a 2-player game, and just like imagine you sitting there having fun figuring out your 2 to 3 card combos going first, right? You're like having the time of your life figuring out, you know, what to do and how to optimally play out this hand that you have. Very fun. But at the end of it, it's always going to be your opponent not playing the game for a relatively long time while you are playing, and then they will look at your end board and probably just say, hey, I can't beat this, right? So I'm not saying your deck isn't fun. I'm just saying it's like overall not the greatest dynamic because it's a two-player game, right? It's a two-player game, and the key difference basically is when your opponent does an Unchained combo, for example. I'm just using it as an example because we're watching it right now. If my opponent performs an Unchained combo and I draw a hand of 6 cards that are like just engine, not even a non-engine card, right? Just like a solid hand in my deck, I'm not surrendering. I'm playing into the board, right? If my opponent pulls off a Vanadium combo, I'm not bothering. I'm scooping, right? And that's the difference. I think that's where the line is, right? I think that's where the line is. If your end board makes your opponent pick up their deck and go to game 2 before even playing the game, I think that's where the line is, right? I think it's simple as that. Because they've been very, very adamant about like banning FTKs, right? Like a lot of freaking FTKs have not stood a long time in the TCG, right? They would always get rid of stupid FTK enablers. The FTK didn't even need to be good, right? Like freaking Amaryllis or some shit, right? Like there's been a lot of FTKs that they just preemptively banned before it even got to be viable, right? Because they're just like, hey, FTKs are not cool. But then like most of these combo decks do essentially the same thing, right? It's essentially the same thing. It's literally only like there's only 10 more seconds between an FTK and end board and a Vanadium end board. Like the only difference is your opponent quickly looks at their 6th card, if it can make any miracles happen, and then they just leave. It's the same thing. Did you see the Tellarknight FTK? I saw the turn skipping thing, yeah. I saw that. Emergency ban list to ban Calamity. I unironically think Calamity will be banned. I think Calamity will be banned. It seems like the type of thing... That seems like exactly the kind of thing that they would do to hit Synchron without actually hitting Synchron cards. I think Calamity gets banned. I think so. I believe in that. Why ban it now and not ban it last year? That is a good question. I do not have an answer for that. I'm going to be honest with you. I do not have an answer with you. Ooh, Fenrir is actually quite nice in Furniture Lab because it gives you a free discard plus a thing on the board. I like that. That's cool. Is this draw phase or did we try to go battle phase or something? Not yet. Ooh, chains an MST to chain block the lady. That is sickening. Very good. Very good. They're still going like plus a bazillion here. It's funny that you're using MST as a combo starter. Unchained the real reason Unchained the real reason why Heavy Storm needed to be banned, chat. Over Duster. Heavy Storm would clearly make Unchained unreasonable. Oh my god, you're using MST as a starter, actually. No! What's this you're watching? That is Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know what kind of tournament this is, like how big it is or whatever. It's just a tournament stream. I'm watching some Unchained gameplay right now. All right, let's see it. Bro, hand traps are glued to this man's hand. Oh, MST on the set. Hell yeah. Poggers. Is that even... That's not combo yet, is it? We still need one more. We still need like a normal summon fiend or something. Oh yeah, Rhino. Oh, that works. Oh, goddamn. Yeah, that's full combo. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's full combo. Shit, yeah. Everything. Oh, they have Super Poly. Is Super Poly good? What is the DD dealing? Oh, yo! Stop! This is not even a good use of the hand trap, I think. So you set a trap card here, and then you send the level 6 blue one. Boom. Yeah, no, Imperm doesn't do much. The DDD is water? Okay, then Super Poly just doesn't do anything? When are we desperate enough? When are we desperate enough to run double Cyclone in our Unchained decks? Vince, is the real question that I have. When is it ever double Cyclone? When are we showing the real goo? Double Cyclone is the forbidden goo, actually. Double Cyclone is only available, like the double cycloning technique is only available to the most deck curated duelists out there. You heard it here first. You are actually... No, yeah, no, you're talking to the only person who's, I think, ever won a YCS with double Cyclone. I don't think anyone else has done it. I'm gonna say it right now. I don't think anyone else has done it. I haven't fact checked this, but I'm pretty sure no one else has. So there you go. I think I played it. I think I played double Cyclone. Hold up, I need to fact check myself. This is cringe, but I do need to look it up. Hold up. Bro, this is so long ago!
And you want to draw it because it's so important to tribute your fusion.
There it is!
also is very good with this. Going first with 5 cards, and if I then would simplify it with MST, I would only have 4 cards to play with. But emptiness was a problem, and this thing is, first of all, it also is very good with this.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal reasoning. The reasoning was actually good though. The reasoning was actually good because the reason was that you needed it for emptiness mainly. And they would emptiness Shaddoll Fusion. It would work the same as MST. You would just double cyclone your Shaddoll Fusion and the emptiness. So it was the same as MST, pretty much. But it also made your artifacts live. Pog reasoning, by the way. Pog reasoning. The real crime is using Ultra Pro sleeves. Okay, listen. Literally everyone used Ultra Pro sleeves back then. This is 2014, dude. I don't even think there was like KMC Hypermats back then. We didn't have anything else. Back in my day, bro, Player's Choice Vites were not a thing in Europe. They were not a thing in Europe. We didn't have those. Also, I'm gonna tell you another thing. I'm gonna say one other thing. Player's Choice sleeves suck ass. Do not at me. Do not at me. I've had them before. I've tried them. They suck ass. They are not good. They are garble. Do not at me. Do not at me. You cannot change my mind. I would use Ultra Pros again over Player's Choice any day. Any day. Blue was illegally summoned? Hold up. Oh. Did we do... No, legal. This was legal. We did the blue dog. The blue dog is an Unchained Soul. It was all legal. It was all fine. Oh, the link as well. Yeah, it was. You were double wrong. Why did you? Okay. You mean Sarama effect? Wait, which one? The level 6? No. How did the Sarama hit the grave? Yeah. The link 2. You reborn and then you pop. You reborn and then you pop and then you summon from deck. Here, hold up. I've timed out. If a card you control is destroyed by battle or card effect while this card's in the grave, banish this card, special summon a fiend from hand or grave, then you can destroy a card you control. And we summon one, then we destroy, and then we float into the level 6. I have never seen a more legal play in my life. Is this a new Master Duel skin? Yes, it's the new it's called this is what they refer to as Paper Master Duel. This is Paper Master Duel. Very commonly played in a place called the US of A, apparently. I have never seen this before. Apparently it's called the TCG. I'm from Europe, so I wouldn't know. But apparently they play it in the US of A. Yeah, it doesn't have like it doesn't have royal rares, which is kind of cringe. But it has platinum rares and gold rares. That's something. It also doesn't have the cool summon animations. It doesn't have like the imperm column thing is a big problem for us. Ooh, super poly with the coup clock into what is that? Starving Venom alt art? Okay, we have a lot of trigger effects now after this battle, right? We can trigger this, and we can also trigger the link in the grave, no? Oh, the link is gone. We already banished it. Yeah, true. So we only set. But we have follow-up because the blue dog is in the graveyard. The blue dog is in the graveyard. Bro, MST is handling this dude. That's crazy. They had to. You could have called by the. They could have just called by the blue dog immediately. Yeah, that's probably what they needed to do. Now they get destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Search Aruha special. Pop up special. This is where second Sarama could come in. I think these are the situations where second Sarama could come in. You have ways to get it back though, so I'm not sure you need it. Now we make this the anguish. We link with the thingy into something. Abomination. We just attack, I guess. Ooh, we drew another. Oh no, it's prosperity. Oh, that's sick. Oh, I like that. Oh, that was a sweet line. That was sick. The triggering the link in the battle phase with Rakia, that was nice. That was nice. All right. That was a cool feature match. That was a cool feature match. Yeah, Unchained. Unchained seems fine. I'm gonna say it. I think Unchained seems like a fine deck. That deck, I mean, it looks like it's fine overall. I don't know. I don't think it's like tier 1, but hey, tier 2? It can be that. It can be tier 2. I love the design though. I'll say that again. I think the design of the deck is very cool. With the new cards. Like I definitely think it's a very well designed deck. I do enjoy it. Just the fact that it exists is cool to me. Even though I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm probably never bringing this to a big tournament. I still like the fact that it exists. Sometimes I'm just the fan. I'm just a fan of a deck's existence, right? No way it's better than Rescue Ace. Maybe not, but it's cool. I like it. The level 3 next to Tour Guide is Fiendish Rhino Warrior. You want to summon it off of Tour Guide to make an instant Yama and send Sharvara to the graveyard. It's cool. If we pretended cash didn't exist, the meta is actually quite varied. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is just a general issue, right? That is just a general issue, like, of this current format, or like the current situation, is that like Cash Shira just gatekeeping every single deck in existence, because, like, you know, every deck these days has the word graveyard somewhere, right? Cash is not a bad matchup for this deck. Okay, yeah, the things do trigger when they get banished, right? And you have a lot of non-engine. You have like Prosperity Thrust in your main deck, so it doesn't seem terrible. And you can it's still, I don't think it doesn't seem like it's a great matchup either. Like it doesn't seem terrible because you have a lot of non-engine. You have a lot of non-engine against Kashtira with like Prosperity Thrust, Darkhold Herald, Darkhold Talon's Herald. You have like good ways to deal with the Rysard. You have you can, if you manage to float, you can like float into this to destroy the Rysard, which isn't bad if they don't have Goliath attached after Prosperity. You do lose out a lot of value. You lose out on a lot of value because you don't get to do this, because it doesn't go to the graveyard, so you don't get to set the trap card. You can't really access the blue dock easily. You can't really make great use of, you don't get the graveyard effect here. You can't reset your, you can't use Sarama. It's still very centered around like you need to out Kashtira a Rysard with non-engine and then your deck can play, right? That's like a lot of decks work like that, right? A lot of decks work like that where right now it's like I need to draw an out to a Rysard and then I can play. And so it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, fair, but I don't think that makes your deck good against Kashtira. But it's not awful, I agree. It's not awful into Kashtira. You have more room for non-engine. That is an advantage, like over something like, I don't know, looking at, you're mentioning Dragon Link. It's like, yeah, Dragon Link does have less outs because it also doesn't have Prosperity. So yeah, no, in that sense, it seems like a fine way. It's kind of like Purely, right? Where Purely is also the same way. Like Purely is fine against Kashtira because it gets to play a lot of non-engine. But per se, the engine is still pretty much invalidated by a Rysard, which is like the case for so many decks right now, is like your engine is invalidated by Rysard, because like, I mean, a Rysard invalidates like pretty much anything in Yu-Gi-Oh, which is crazy. Yeah. Kashtira is dead at Worlds. I think it is, yeah. I think it is. One day I will use the blue dog to make SP Little Knight with my opponent's monster, and I will cry when that happens. That is funny. Thank you for the 7 months, but speaking of Worlds format, by the way, we are gonna do a lot of that tomorrow. Because I'm not really sad that I qualified for Master Duel Worlds, but I think TCG Worlds format this year is very interesting. I think this year's TCG World format might be one of the better ones we've had in a long time. But we will definitely talk about that tomorrow. We will also do a draft. That's already planned. That's already planned for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I kind of want to do... Tomorrow is the last stream before I leave for Worlds. I've said this like 5 times today, but like everyone should know that. Tomorrow is the last stream before Worlds. So I kind of wanted it to be like a little bit of a anticipation stream, like a Worlds celebration kind of thing where we do a tier list for the Worlds format, for the TCG, maybe also for Master Duel. And we can do a little draft action of like who we think are going to do well, right? I can do like chat against me in a draft thingy for like the TCG players and everything. I think it's going to be cool. That's the plan for tomorrow. Speaking of which, do World Celebration happen this year? I don't think so. Unfortunately, I don't think so. I haven't heard anything else. I have not heard of any... I don't have any other info What's that? Okay, so World Celebration was like a tournament that they had in, I believe it was 2017, 18, or 19. 2018, 17, 18, 19, they had events that were called the World Championship Celebration, right? And like, it was the same format as for Worlds, but anyone could go, and you would get like really nice pricing and stuff, like Worlds goodies and stuff like that. I haven't heard of anything like this year. I don't think it exists. But chat, unfortunately, I have to leave you 30 minutes early today because I have an appointment in 30 minutes. I have to get going. I'm terribly sorry, but I will see you again tomorrow very, very soon. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of a return to TCG content. I've been enjoying that. I've been missing the TCG. I enjoy playing Master Duel, but I have been missing the TCG content as well. So I hope you enjoyed. I hope to see you guys tomorrow for the last stream before I leave for Worlds. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I will send you guys over to Mr. Farfa. And I will see you guys tomorrow for the last time in a week. So don't miss that. Make sure to follow the channel if you're not followed yet. Means the world to me. And thank you guys for watching. See you tomorrow.